I'm not bragging on myself, baby, but there's no one else. No one else. Lou Rawls, man, going through my mind. All right, chatters, we open for discussion. Where are you? You had no excuse not to be here. Let's see who's going to come crashing into the room first. Who's it going to be? Who are you going to call? Oh, we got a one like. Who's in there? Who's going to come in the chat first? Anybody? Oh my gosh, I'm still working on this crazy puzzle. Still. Hey, who is that? No, the phone's too far. I can't read it. Hey, Big Curly, how are you? Welcome aboard. Haven't seen you in a minute. You still out there on the road? On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. La da 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 da. I can't wait to get on the road again. So I thought I'd open up chat and give people a chance to vent and to air their whatever. The channel's really growing. I had to do it. Everybody looking at me like, why'd you do it? Why'd you close it? I had to. Michael had to do it. The channel's growing, booming, because sometimes the chat interferes with me being able to have the passion and to just go full bore. And yeah, I'm still working on this puzzle. Where is this piece of stuff? Don't understand that. Well, thank you. I don't do Christmas, but thank you. I'm not a Scrooge. I just don't. Long story. But I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. And hope you're able to be with family or whatever today. We got to start looking for everybody else now. See where everybody's at. I'm chatting and I'm doing a puzzle at the same time. So, yeah, this is interesting. There it is. No wonder I couldn't find it. How you doing, Christ follower? And thank you. I hope you're having an awesome day. And that is a capital A awesome day. I figured it'd be a ghost town today because everybody's with family and who knows what. This is the one time of the year that my street is at the absolute quietest in the middle of the day. Nobody's rolling around out there. Nobody. Well, thank you. Yeah, I hang out by myself pretty much every day of the year. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. I'm not bragging on myself, baby. But there's no one else. No. Hello, Sir Jacob. How are you? With you will never find. Dun, 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 dun. My voice is allergenic. We've had bad air quality here lately. I'm here to tell you. I'm still working on this. I'm going to tell you, this has been a bugger of a puzzle. And I just do little bits, like once a week. It is that difficult. Positively wonderful. I would expect that as an answer from Sir Jacob. I should put on some tea today. It's been a while. I need to go to the store tomorrow. Can't do it today. Everything is closed. I will tell everybody, please continue to pray for Colette. Again, cannot divulge. She's had some unfortunate stuff happen to her, and she's asked for continued prayer. Bridge also. Bridge has asked for prayer, and some people are just struggling, man. We all are, every one of us. Every time I go to the grocery store, I struggle. Cost for stuff is going up and up and up and up. It's ridiculous. People just killing us with price hikes. Thank you, Sir Jacob. They need it. Bridge sent me a ship in a bottle. And that's going to test my patience. We'll see how good I am at that. But that was very nice of her. She's a very kind soul. Didn't get a message from her. I just got a ship in the bottle the other day. It was weird. I laid in bed and could hear a noise. The wind was blowing. I don't know what. And I got up to do a walk around. I looked on the porch. I'm like, there's a package out there. Brought it in, opened it up. I'm like, wow, Bridge, you got me a ship in a bottle. Thank you for that. I'm going to take a break and make some lunch. Beanies and weenies and rice. That's it. We're going to eat simple. The Bridge was in the hospital before Thanksgiving. If I can get this phone off here, that'd be awesome. I'll show you the puzzle in just a minute. Yikes! I need to change that outlet. It's so hard to pull that. The top one, it slides out. The bottom one, it grips it like a vice grip. Ann Brown, how are you? Yes, Colette, and look at, I'm getting there. But this has been unbelievably hard. It challenges my mental faculties. I'm not bragging on myself, baby. But there's no one else. No one else. You will never find a romance like mine. I don't have one at present. I wish I did. Oh, man, you guys. I'm glad I have a day or two off. I should have gone to Lowe's last night. I would have gone out and started painting the back of the rest of the house red. But no, I was too lazy. I work hard. Physically, I'm tired every day. I come home, do a couple shorts, catch up with friends, comments on YouTube, and listen to music, eat dinner, go to bed. That's it. I'm getting older. I don't stay up late. I don't drink. I don't party. I don't go anywhere. These days, it's not safe. Why would you go anywhere today? People are creepy, man. 75-year-old woman just a couple days ago had her eyes gouged out in Seattle by the usual suspect. And here in Augusta, or not Augusta, but Savannah, 130 miles away, a usual suspect dumped acid on a grown woman coming out of a church event walking to her car. Has damaged and destroyed her skin and face forever. He's still at large. And Mom was telling me something today. I tell you, the heinous stuff that people do. Hello, Dana, how are you? Thank you, Young. Hello, Harvey. Oh, the puzzle's very difficult. Sometimes I'm in there going, ah! It's very hard. But that's part of the challenge. I know this isn't the best for you, but it's good. I don't eat these all the time, but they're decent. Beanies and weenies, man. I love my beans and franks. Kind of a throwback from the Swanson TV dinners when I was a kid. But I put rice in them and mix it all up, and it's yum yum. I'm not bragging on myself, baby. Actually, I'm gonna really do one. Forget the rice. Let's get a baked potato and throw it in there. I know, it's so weird. I get used to everything being open, and nothing is open today. I said maybe I ought to find a hot waitress at Waffle House and go eat lunch over there later on and flirt her up. Oh my gosh. Waffle House about the only thing that's open. Or gas station. Well, I remember when I was a kid, most everything closed back in the day. Most everything. I don't do Christmas. I just don't. I believe in the birth of Christ. It's very important. But he's eternal. He's always been, always will be. And I tell people that. He came wrapped in flesh to die for us. Oops, I don't want that. There we go. Shoot, maybe I should. I don't know. The dating culture is not that easy. It's not like years ago where you could make eyes at somebody and get a phone number. It's just not like that anymore. It just ain't like that anymore. Sad. I hear more stories about people dating a woman, dating a guy, moving to each other's house. And I tell people, do not play roommates with your lover. It's a very bad idea. Don't play house. Never. No, it doesn't work. I've never lived with somebody. I mean, a girlfriend. I never had one move into my apartment. When I was in Duluth, I dated a gal. I gave her the key to my apartment when I did out-of-town trips in the bus. She lived at the YWCA, said, hey, when I'm out of town, you can stay in my place. And she liked it over there because she could do her studies and, it was peaceful. No, Grant, I don't make it a habit of eating junk food. I look at people today. They go at my place. Lunchtime comes, they go to all the fast food joints. I got the flyer yesterday. Let me show you something. Great. I got the ads yesterday. I don't even buy any of this stuff. Really, if you want my opinion, the best fast food, really, health-wise, is probably this right here. The Subway's got some good stuff. But look at this. $9, get a foot-long meal, excludes foot-long snacks. Fresh fit, festive chicken, festive turkey. Get a foot-long for $6.99. Look at the price of this stuff, man. It ain't cheap. And then this is Burger King. 2 burgers, 2 fries, $6.99. Then you got, what is this? The chicken sandwiches, 2 medium fries, $8. Man, what happened to the prices? And then you get the $14.99 Whopper large meal for 2. I'm sorry. I could eat 2 Whoppers and 2 fries, and that would cost me $15. Chicken fries. What are chicken fries? Are they made out of chicken meat? It's probably all the leftover chicken parts. The most Whopperful time of the year. Ain't that cute? And this is absolute decadent junk. I had messaged Niece, and then she did a video. They have a Krispy Kreme donuts in Durban, South Africa. So for a dozen, what is this? No, wait a minute. Any 2 original glazed or assorted dozen. What is this? Free original glazed dozen when you buy any dozen. So how much is a dozen? $8.99. Free donut with a purchase. Look at this stuff, man. Junk food. Well, thank you, Galaxy. How are you? Thank you, Grease Spot. How are you? And I apologize if you guys don't hear me saying all that. I don't do the Christmas thing, but do not be offended. I haven't even been out of the house yet except to make one video this morning. Let's go out for a minute. It's actually warmer outside than it is in the house. Got up to the 70s yesterday. 70s. Oh, winter in Georgia. That's a joke. More like the end of summer. Let's see what it's doing out here. This would have been a good day to paint the rest of that back of the house. Tomorrow I'm going to get rocking on it. Wow, it's hot out here. I love it. How you doing up, Blake Trump? Got a breeze blowing. I want to get this wall painted off. Got to do that one. This takes a while because this is very grainy and porous. It's not easy. You got to get it into all these little grooves, and it's almost like Thomas English muffins. This siding is very, very rough milled. Rough. I got to do all this wall. Crazy. I have been okay. 40 in Cleveland. Wow. 40 in Cleveland. It was cold here last Monday. Yeah. Monday, I'm trying to think this out. A week ago, it was down in the 20s. Now it's cold. Look at my little tree. It has really taken off. It loves me, man. I transplanted this. It was a small sprig by the front door and kept getting stepped on. Now that thing's growing. Look at that. Lizard climbing up my drain pipe. Lizard. Yeah, you being camera shy? Look at you sticking your head all the way up. Yeah, you like hanging around up there, don't you? Why is it you guys hang out? Look at you looking at me. See it? Everybody see the lizard? Salamander? I don't know what the heck that thing is. Oh, that sun is bright. You can hide out up there. Okay. Yeah, it's clear. This morning was cloudy. Oh, feels good out here, though. Hey, Aunt Mary. How are you? Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going to paint all this red. I got to tear this wall apart and redo this wall to match. Then I'll put siding on it eventually. I just did the plywood, but I'll side it off somehow. Wish I could buy those old 12-inch square slates but those were made out of asbestos. They don't do that anymore. Crazy. You will never find. Dun 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 dun. Problem with us south is this slab. Once it gets cold, it's always radiating cold air. If I ever put carpet in here, that'll stop some of that. And it takes a long time for the slab to warm up. And it can be a warm day outside, but the house still stays cool. It's weird how that works. Yes, we got lizards all over my backyard, geckos, everything back there. Some scary looking stuff too. One got into the laundry room after Helene had flooded the yard. When I opened the door, one had darted in. It was ugly. And that thing was hissing at me. I came in the laundry room and I'm like, what the heck? And it was big, and I tried to sweep it in the dustpan, and that thing stood up like this, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna kill that thing. And I ended up killing it because I couldn't catch it. And it looked pretty, I'm not afraid of lizards, but this thing, even Tina was here, she goes, that thing's acting like it's possessed. I said, I don't know what it is, but it's gonna die. Yeah, I killed it. Out. We're not playing with that thing. It was big too. It wasn't one of the little tiny ones. I don't know how it got in here. It must have slipped in right when I had opened the door. And I didn't see it. Crazy. All right, Grease Spot, you enjoy your family. And those of you that got families, praise God. I like lizards. I don't kill them because they eat bugs. I just wish I had more. Eat them all. Eat the fire ants, the mosquitoes, everything. Termites. Devour any critters you want. Be my guest. They don't belong in my yard. This needs to go away. All right. I've seen them 6 to 8 inches. There's little small ones. I've seen geckos in here. They got the really shiny bodies. Lizards have the dry skin. Lizards are cool though. I like them. I just stare at them and say, hi, lizard. And they just stare and then they do what they do what a lizard does. And off he goes. They got Hello Kitty. Maybe I could start Hello Lizard. Just a thought. How's everybody doing today? Anybody get to spend time with family? Let's see if we can. Will that fit? Nope, it's not going to work. We're going to go over here. At least we don't got monitors here. If we had a monitor, those things are freaky. Yeah, there's a lot of lizards in Georgia. They hang out by my back. They hang out in a specific area. I never see them in the front. Very rarely do I see them at the front of the house. They hang out right around that laundry room outside. They used to come freely in the back room. There were so many holes in the siding. They used to come right on in. I had green lizards, brown lizards, blue lizards. One with purple stripes down the side. Crazy stuff. I guess I should know my Georgia lizards, but I don't. The shiny ones always make me cautious because one thing I've learned in nature, sometimes the more colorful something is, it could be poisonous. Yes, they do like the sun. It makes me wonder when it gets cold where they go. I'm surprised they don't freeze to death. I remember I was in Colorado taking care of the property, and a box tortoise. I was up in the tree cutting branches. I had my Filipina friend over. She was paid by the lady to do stuff for her. She had her dustings in the house, then she had her help cut some of the buds off the bushes in the garden. Mia says, Mike, look, there's a turtle. I said, a turtle? I come down the ladder out of the tree, and big old box turtle with a really tall tortoise. I said, man, I've never seen a tortoise in this yard. And he just wandered around. No, I don't have family here. I don't even have family. My uncle called me from Washington State. I'm alone in Georgia. Beanies and weenies and rice. Yep, today it's beanies and weenies and a baked potato I chopped up, a little garlic powder and salt, sunflower, or not sunflower. I used to buy sunflower oil, that went high. Now I buy that stupid crapola oil. Paul Berg says that seed oils are not good for us. And canola is a seed oil. Has everybody survived the holiday craziness? Anybody got the blues? No, I don't have close friends over here. Hello, forever slacker. Right now I'm eating a potato. I cooked it, part of it got a little bit stiff. Hi, Cody. You got a cabbie hat? Take a picture and change it to your thumbnail, doggy. A cabbie hat. Moke. Hey, it's better than bloke, right? Hey, bloke. I do voice text. Cannot tell you how many times that makes mistakes. Yeah, same, Aunt Mary. I don't want to go anywhere today. Well, I'm going to get up early, hit the store, go get some paint, get a refill on my paint, and get cracking on some paint. Got to get something done. This year, my goal is to get my bathroom done. Well, not this year, but I need to get that sheetrocked and finished up. I learned something from the last job I had. I want to get this house finished up. I want it ready, so if God ever wants to call me somewhere, I can just go. Oh, that's good, forever. Did you survive the family? Doggy, who got you the cabbie hat? The cabbie hat, that's funny. I eat like a racehorse, folks. eat like a racehorse. I eat like a horse and I run like a horse. Oh, look at that. That looks all right, man. Why don't you wear it? You look more sophisticated. That's good, doggy. That's a good look for you. Barely. Why are families so poisonous? They're so hard to deal with. But you gotta look at it like coworkers. I mean, you go to work. You don't get to choose your coworkers. You don't get to choose your family. You might get to choose your spouse. You know, what is it about hot dogs? They're good until you hear how they're made and what they're made of. You're just like, ugh. Our science teacher tried to make it so dramatic. Oh, hot dogs are made out of pig feet, pig snouts, and all the leftover parts of all the animals. Thanks, teacher. I don't think I'm going to go to Wiener Schnitzel. Mom, how are you? That's right, Mom. Hey, Mom, look at Doggy's hat. Look at the picture. He got a cabbie hat as a gift. I think it looks good on him. All right, just wolfed off 2 dishes. What else we got here? Veggie chips, oh yeah. Hey Matthew, thank you. How are you doing, man? Boston, yeah. He looks more sophisticated, Mob. That's good. No, I gotta be honest with everybody. I love chatting with y'all. But, you know, chat was changing the dynamic. So I had turned off the chat to do my, you know, when I want to be passionate. The viewership, I mean, went way up. One day I got 80 subs or one live. Yesterday was 31,000 views, 80 subs. And you know, you have a lot of people, they'll sub just to be dirty on here and be trolling. But when they see it's not live chat, then the sub because they're interested. So the channel has just jumped in the last 2 weeks. And some people were getting upset at me going, man, you turn off the chat, you're hurting everybody. I'm not hurting anybody. One that complained to me, I said, man, why don't you start a channel and then just have a chat room? You know, my YouTube channel wasn't started to make a chat room so everybody could have their own discussion and ignore what I'm talking about. That just seems counterproductive. And then I had people writing me saying, I want to listen to what this guy's saying, but he's interacting with these chatters and trolls, and it's annoying me. And I had to try to figure out, so how do you accommodate this? Bostonian. 2 teenagers went missing somewhere. There's a beach and there's a shipwreck in the water, you know, still there. And the kids swam out to it and were never seen again. They got signs telling people, dangerous, don't swim out to the shipwreck. What does everybody do? Swim out to the shipwreck. I love the ocean. And I like ships. You've got to know your limitations. You got to know your limitations. Back in the day, when you had a ship sink fairly close to shore or grounded, and the company wrote it off as a loss, salvagers would go out, strip the brass portholes, and literally take everything off of it. Back in the day, pirating stuff off a ship, furniture and hardware and brass fittings, worth money. I'd love to have a brass porthole. Oh my gosh. Matthew, thank you. Hello, Johnny. Yeah, still Derek. I was watching him. That guy, man. Dave, you know, I swear he does every video from his car. I'm like, what is he doing driving around today? I like to hear what his take is on things. I respect him. He's a good guy. He's doing podcasts and everything. Yeah, Mr. Boldo. He's a friend of Bridge. And Bridge has asked for continued prayer. He sent me a gift the other day. Let me show you. She got me this. We'll see how my patience works with trying to do this. Ship in a bottle. I thought that was pretty nice. I don't care what anybody says, Bridget's got a good heart. And she knew noodles, knows noodles. Yeah, I went to sleep, or started to go to sleep. Well, the wind's been blowing hard this week, and I kept hearing a thump and a noise, and I thought I heard, who's knocking on my door at this hour? I went walking through the house, looked out the porch window. There's a box. Pulled it in, and I'm like, oh, Bridge, you got me a gift. How nice. Thank you, Matthew. You know, I've got my problems, Matthew. I'm not perfect. People look at me and have all kinds of criticism for me and my dress and my interesting style. But I'm real. I'm unique, and I'm proud of that. I don't want to be like everybody else. I tried, and I can't. And there's no vacancy. Everybody else is no vacancy. Jessica, I sent you a message, girl. How are you? Now, I don't know if they knocked or if I just missed it when I got home from work and didn't look. I got you, Jessica. Well, I left you a message. We need to talk sometime. And I mean that. I don't know what you got, but I've got tomorrow off too. I got to get some stuff done. My old roommate's coming over here to drop off something. Got to get some paint, hit my groceries. I'm glad I get today and tomorrow off. They pay me for these days. That's nice. I get to get paid finally to do my video by my employer. Isn't that awesome? I love you, Jessica. I always worry about you when I don't hear from you. Let's talk about some things. Let's talk about loneliness. Now, there's a difference between being alone and being lonely, okay? I'm alone, but that's not even true. Because Christ said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. If you are a Christian, you are never, ever alone. But do we always believe that? Do we always go through life in such a perfect way that we feel like, oh yes, I feel your presence every minute? No, we don't. I'll tell you what, move to a town where you're the minority. Move to a town where you're friendly, you're this, you're passionate, you're hardworking, and everybody around you is not that at all. Then add to the layer of that onion skin, because there's a lot of layers here, your different ethnicity than everybody else. Then add to the fact that that ethnicity that you're surrounded by does not think like you. Politically, spiritually, emotionally. And they're looking at you like you're the weirdo. Welcome to Augusta, Georgia. They're cliquey down here. The South is cliquey. When you get down to the deep South, and I was warned about this long time ago. And the truth be known, I've lived a lot of places that are cliquey. You go up to Duluth, you go up to the Iron Range of Minnesota, they call people pack sackers. If you're from outside the Iron Range, they call you a pack sacker. It's a derogatory term. It's funny. It's kind of like the people that hang out in a bar. The blonde woman who looks like she's, well, done some hard living. She's not as cute as she used to be. And she's sitting there on a bar stool. Sees people walk in, they'd be newbies. And the guys are all looking, yep, they're not from around here. And they sit at that bar so long they think they own the place. And you come in from the outside, you better watch how you play your cards. Because if you don't play your cards right, you're probably going to get your butt kicked and thrown out the door. Now, I don't go to bars generally. I would go downtown here on occasion to go to the club, shoot some pool, do a little dancing. And lost its appeal. That one pool table, several guys would come in there and lay all their quarters out and dominate the thing, and I'm like, I can't even get in there. Then the music turned to crap, and I said, I'm getting old. They're not playing the good stuff anymore. Yes, you do. And you get into these cultures and environments. And I am brave. I face the demons. I face the terrors of the night. The pestilence by day and the terror that flies by night, as the Psalm 91 states. And it's made me stronger. And nobody calls, are you okay? Are you okay? It's Christmas Day. You're all, I'm good. It's December 25th. It's just another day. Jesus wasn't born December 25th. This day has absolutely no significance to me. I'll tell you what day has significance to me. January, and I don't remember if it was the 25th, 1985, is when I was made aware that there is a God. And he was knocking at my door. And I opened it, said, okay, I give. There's other days that are significant to me. Memorial Day weekend, 1980, in Mammoth Lakes. My grandma from SoCal come up. My grandpa, he was down outside in the yard in his little Toyota Chinook camper doing something. Dee Dee, both of them have passed away. Sitting at the big oak coffee table. My parents had the house full of antiques. We were upstairs, 8:30, 9, I don't remember the time in the morning. Beautiful, sunny Mammoth morning in May. And we felt a little tremor. Dee Dee said, was that an earthquake? I said, yeah. I said, they say we're going to get a big one someday. I remember saying that. This was unusual because you don't normally have this little teeny nothing burger earthquake and then a big one. Well, God got my attention within the hour. Oh my gosh. 6.2. I'm in middle school, not thinking about my grandma. Freaked out, I run to the kitchen doorway. My sister comes underneath my arm, I'm holding the doorway, and this thing is going like this. I'm watching my grandma struggle to get up, and I'm such a teenage dum-dum that it didn't dawn on me, get over there and help her. She got up, coffee cups shaking and the table shaking, and you heard stuff and noise. I heard my mother's miniature mantle clock take a dive. I watched the books waterfall off the open-ended bookshelves on the wall. It was very loud. And then we had another one, and then 589 aftershocks in 24 hours. That rattled the hell out of me. I wasn't saved, and it scared me bad. You know, people think they're big, and they think they're all that, but when the very ground you stand on, and you're in this wood frame house with big cathedral ceiling and rafters made out of trees, not them laminates, and you're watching this house flex, and I'm feeling the kitchen door like this, and I remember saying the F word. My sister heard it. My grandmother heard it, but she never said anything to me. If it had been any other time, she would have thrown a bar of soap in my mouth so hard. That scared the stuff out of me. Peggy Chu, the Asian lady that lived next door, had a veterinary clinic. She had an A-frame house. I went downstairs, I checked my fish tank, and the water was going like this, but everything appeared to be okay. Walked in the hall. I looked in the bathrooms, the shower door fell off its hinges. I laid it down on its side because it was glass, it didn't break. I made sure everything was okay. I went outside. Peggy, Michael, can you hold my dogs? I lost all my china from the war, and the water's running in the bathtub, and the water won't shut off. And I'm holding her two little dogs, and all the people started coming out of their houses. Not all the houses had people living in them. They were ski houses. They came up in the winter, Well, it's May. You're not going to see them in the summer. That day changed my life. That got my attention. The elementary school was 10 miles out of town, Mammoth Elementary, and I had gone to that. Nobody ever brought us pictures. Nobody. I have no idea exactly what happened down there, but the school officials went down and said this building is completely condemned. The earthquake epicenter was right underneath the school. Slab, big giant square building, and it shook the hell out of that. Heating systems in the ceiling crashed down on the student desks. If that had happened 2 days later, there would have been kids killed. People say there's no God. We had an extra day off from school, not just Memorial Day. That hit on a Sunday. Now the school people had to figure out, we got a problem. We got all these little kids, and they got no school. So they had an emergency meeting, went into the high school rooms, shifted some of the high school rooms over so they could bring the elementary kids in. And for the last 3 years, we shared Mammoth High School with the elementary school students on one wing of the school. Hey, official, how are you? Hey, that's good, Hatfield. And I talk about that earthquake because it was significant to me. And the other significant event in my life was going to Hong Kong. 3 events that were impactful to me. I would have to add a 4th to that. And it'd be moving to Georgia. I never really thought of that, but as time goes by, I'm beginning to see this place has had a huge impact on me. I didn't go through the stuff of the South. Hello, Nellie. Oh, thank you for that, Nellie. May it be. And for all of us. I think every one of us has been through a year. 2025 can go in the toilet bowl as far as I'm concerned. And somebody grab that comb handle and go, whoosh. I'm ready. Jessica, you still here? I was talking this morning on the live. I grew up in a home that wasn't the most pleasant. And the holidays, to me, were marked with sadness. Oh, I got good gifts and stuff. But my mother, she was not a pleasant person to be around. And it's funny, as I said this morning in the live, how is it that a person can present themselves to this group of people over here and be so loved, respected, admired, but then that person can represent themselves to this group over here and they're abusive, and they're horrible, and they're negative, and they leave scars? How is it that people can do that dichotomy? My mother was that person. My relatives, my oldest sister, who's the natural born of her, oh, they got a relationship like this. My uncle called last night. We had a very good talk. We talked about God, and we talked about my mother, my older sister. Back to the loneliness. I still have scars. They don't go away. And I'm alone, but I'm not lonely because God said He's with me, but yet I am alone. You want somebody. And you don't just want anybody. I'm sorry to hear that, Nellie. It's tough when you love somebody and they leave this world. And I've had thoughts of that myself. You know, I'm getting older. I don't want to be one of these old men talking about all my maladies. But it is hitting me that there's change hitting Michael. Oh yeah, you see me with the energy and get up and dance. But when I turn out the light, I say, you know, God, I really would like somebody in the house. I need you to provide somebody because if something happens to me, I have nobody. Not looking for a baby mama. I'm not looking for a care provider. I'm looking for, like what I had with Tina was good. I do want to meet a woman that I'm in love with, that I can make love with. Then when it's cold, I can pull her close to me and we can feel the warmth coming from each other. But because I've been through damage in my own dumb decisions and background of I don't want to be with drama and trauma and, relationships are scary today. You lost 12 children. My word. 12? Were they miscarriages? A long time ago, I had a lady to love. What is neuroblastoma? Man, that's a lot that had to cause pain to you. And I'm going to do some, because I know some people. The poor women that want children and can't have them. And they beg and plead to God, and the answer is no. The women that have children so easily and they abuse them, they treat them like dirt, or they abort them. Life is very cruel. Hello, Jess. How are you? Yeah. People that want children would love to have children, they're denied. And the people that can have them just treat it so casual, tay sirrah, sirrah. And then their kid grows up to be the next school shooter. Nice, huh? And let's admit it, folks, life is not fair. Even today, people celebrate Christmas. I finally got free of that. I don't spend all this money and buy cards and presents and wrapping. I don't do all that. When I'm into somebody, I give them something. I give them myself, I give them my time, and I'll buy them gifts throughout the year. I don't do that, let's do all this on one day out of the year and be nice. Am I getting closer to Jesus on a day-to-day basis? Am I? Sometimes the answer is no. We're flesh. We fight it. And that's the reason why relationships are so hard. David on his channel today said something very profound. He said Adam and Eve have been more dangerous to us than Adolf Hitler ever was. Because when they sinned, they set a ball in motion. And Dave said that's why your teeth fall out, your knee joints go bad, this goes bad, work sucks, this is broken. Think about it. Adam and Eve sinning, God saw all that he made and he said it was good. And the minute they sinned, well, that was over. Look at what we worked so hard for. And the power of Helene. I bring that up a lot because that storm, I did not expect it to come. And when it came, I was like, oh my gosh, we got a hurricane right here. When I woke up, I laughed at 2 a.m. I said, they called no school today. It's not even doing anything out there. What I did not realize at that time is we were in the eye wall right then. And within 15 minutes of me, I was starting to write on Facebook, yep, they called school, false alarm again. I'm starting to type. The lights go blink, 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 blink. There goes the internet. Why is the power flickering? Go and look out the window. It's not doing anything. I go back. I wait for the internet to reboot, and I said, get out of Facebook. Something's going on. Signed out, shut down the computer, put it away. Lights flickered, lights went out for a few minutes, came back on. Went and looked out the window again. Tina was asleep. This time I see some wind. I'm like, why is the power flickering? I don't see lightning. I'm not seeing any craziness. Bump that up another 30 minutes. Wow. The other half was coming. And I remember after all that ended about 7 o'clock in the morning. It was a night hurricane. And I watched the guy that lives catty corner to me. I don't know what the hell he was doing. I finally woke her up. I said, I got to move your car and my truck. We got a hurricane. And I went out this front door, and the wind wasn't, it was, I was like, oh man. Acorns, sprigs, leaves going, holy cow, is it blowing out here. Water right up to the edge of the slab, the driveway a lake, water everywhere. I start her car and I pull it back. I pull my truck back. Get pelted in the face. Leaves were stuck to the side of the house, the vehicles and everything. And it's funny how things stay in my mind. I said, it's bad out there. I said, I at first thought this was a big joke. I said, that must have been the eye of the storm. And this guy had a car, and he kept backing out of his driveway. He started to go down the street, turn around, come back out. Went down the main street, turn around, come back. Go this way. And he was back and forth. What is this guy doing? The wind was blowing so hard from the east that this street out here, the water was going. The rain was sheeting and going that way. And when a car tried to come, it was weird. All of a sudden, I noticed nobody was coming down the street. I said, who would be driving around in this? And I'm watching. He'd go that way, come back. I said, what is he doing? And she's going, he's weird. I said, something ain't right. And we're standing there and we see the trees, the pines across the street. I said, man, one of those is going to fall. I'm worried about that coming straight this way and hitting this house. We got to stay back from this window. No sooner said that, I heard crack! And from the east, the big oak. I was like, you know what? What I didn't realize is that guy backed out of his driveway. He couldn't go down that street, he couldn't get out this way, and he couldn't get out that way. Trees were dropped in all directions. That was Friday morning when the rains and the wind didn't stop, but the rain stopped. I said, I'll be back. I'm going to go step out and look at the tree. I went in the backyard, I went in the front. Couldn't get down my driveway. I had to come in the house and go back around to the front. Said, what's my turbine vent doing on the ground? Wow, that ripped that right off the roof. Trash in the yard, styrofoam, God knows what. And this tree. Hey, Hammy, how are you? But I say this again and again. I spent all day cutting a tree. And God brought a guy along with a chainsaw to cut up the trunk. I cut everything down to the trunk. Got the driveway opened and cleared. Pulled up the car in the truck. I said, well, don't have to worry about anything falling on these anymore. That night, I was tired. I'd bathed in cold water. The power's out. Hot water wasn't working. And I went and stood in the backyard. And that's when God hit me. I looked up. I'm like, wow, look at all the stars. You never see all of them. Just tons of them. I see the Big Dipper, Orion's Belt. I see constellations. For a minute I stood there and I went, Tina, come out. You got to see this. And before I got her, when I was looking at that, and I started to feel choked up. And that's when it hit me. I felt like God was that Verizon commercial. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yes, God. I hear you. God spoke to me through that storm. Turned out all the lights so I could see his stars. No light pollution. People go on and on about Christmas. But do you have an encounter with the Almighty God today? My greatest encounters have never been where everybody's making all the hoopla. They've been at the end of a storm. I had spent my energy cutting up a tree and I walked out in the backyard, still shocked at what had hit us. And I just looked up and I had an epiphany. Thank your username, Jessica. Jessica, what's 0? Where have you been? You hit on me. Don't leave me. I talk about Helene a lot because it had an impact on me. I talk about those earthquakes because it had an impact in Hong Kong and Georgia because those are episodes and events in my life that God has used to shape me. And He used disasters. Those earthquakes caused me to fear. And that fear ultimately led me to the throne of God because I was afraid of dying. You should be afraid of dying. If you don't know Jesus, you should be shaking in your boots. Because you don't just go to the ground like the plants and the manure. You don't just die. Your soul leaves. And your soul has got to go give an account. And guess what? You don't get to go down there with AC/DC and Black Sabbath and party on, man. No, that's not it. Oh, got you. Well, Jessica, just keep driving and come over here, please. I need company. Good company, not just anybody. This has taught me to really value people. I have no outreach in this town. Did you know that? Nobody in this town is going to listen to this except to mock or get angry. And it dawned on me, isn't it interesting? If Helene hadn't hit, I would have been on my laptop with my other channel. I never would have done this. I didn't even know about this, shorts and all that. Helene knocked me off of my schedule. And this was birthed, this channel, as a result of a hurricane. I'm like, shorts? I didn't know you could change it to 60 or 50, 16 seconds, 3 minutes, 50, 60 seconds or 3 minutes. A 15 second short. What am I going to do in 15 seconds? So I just did the music and I did the shirts and I did the things. I'm like, okay, got to get 50 subs before I go live. Okay. Figured I'm going to go live. It's going to be like the other channel. It'll be May. Nobody cares. And I said years ago, I want to get off of this internet. I want to find me a woman. I want to be so in love with her. I want to get off this internet. I want nothing to do with the internet. Ha! I couldn't survive without this. Well, but Mike, did you really say that? Yeah. I don't have community here. And now let me be careful. I have cyber community here. Hey, Mr. E-Rock, welcome. I was wondering when you were going to come in. I hope you and your wife are having a good day today. Are we having an epiphany? We talk about Christmas. Jesus is the reason for the season. Is he? I don't believe that. But forget all that. You guys want your tinsel and your trees and your thing. Okay, that's cool. I don't do that anymore. But God has spoken to me in the weirdest of times. I watched intently out my living room window because I'd never seen a hurricane. Tina couldn't take her eyes off the scene looking out the window. Watching over 100-foot tall pines across the street. I'm like, how come they're not snapping? The way the wind was blowing those, I was thinking they are coming down. Not one of them did. All the oaks, all the pecans, all the big hardwoods. We lost pines in Augusta too. But I learned something. Sometimes those big trees have shallow root systems, number one. And they don't give like a softer wooded tree. You see, if you can't bend when the trials of life come, you're going to get wham! And there's so much to learn from the power of a storm. You got to be like the sapling. You may be bent all the way over and your branches are going like this. But when the storm's done, you come back up and the leaves will return. But if you're stubborn and you got your stiff-neckedness, God's going to knock you down. Crack! Not good. There's so much to learn from all that. And we get so busy in our world and our internet. God interrupted my world and many people in Augusta. And when I went in the backyard Friday evening, Abraham was told his descendants would be more numerous than the stars. We got too many distractions, people. Hello, Solid Owl. Oh, dude, I just went outside. It's beautifully warm. I should sit out there in a chair and do the live. But then I'll get burned and all the bugs will come out. It's the only bad thing about Georgia. You get a warm day, here come all the bugs. God doesn't speak to me in the noise. He doesn't even speak to me in the storm. In the earthquakes in Mammoth, he didn't speak to me then. I remember when I went to bed that Sunday night in Mammoth, the earthquakes scared me. My parents were in Winnemucca, Nevada. They heard a report on the radio as they were driving across the Nevada desert way up north. Nevada, a powerful earthquake has rocked Mammoth Lakes. My dad literally slammed on the brakes, did a U-turn and thought, great, Grandma and Grandpa are down there with the kids. Whoa! He had his car going 80 miles an hour. I went to bed that night, my downstairs bedroom, and I had a little display thing. And I had a bunch of ghost town tins, rusty tins, sitting on there. I don't know why I didn't get up and take them off of there, because I kid you not, those old rusty tin cans sitting on 3 layers of shelf. They were little earthquake alarms. I'm laying there in bed. I did not sleep well that night. I was rattled to the core of my existence. 1980, I was 14. And I'm not joking. I don't make up these stories for drama. I laid there in the dark Mammoth night. Ding, da, ding, 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 da, ding, ding. Here it comes again. Ding, da, ding, 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 da, ding, 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 ding. Oh, shh. All night I heard those cans jangling. You know, God was working on me then. I was afraid of death. I was afraid of earthquakes. I was afraid the ceiling would come down and crush me. I was afraid of Russia and the Cold War. Yeah, it's probably close to 80 right now down here. Maximum Queen, you can get off of my channel. You are not going to come in on this day and talk about my son and judge me. Your fecal matter. How dare you? Andrew Drescher, you are waiting to go to hell. It's time for you to come to Jesus Christ. When I talked about my son, I had every right to talk about what has been done to me. I meant my son and everybody else in my life, no harm. So Maximus, shut your mouth. Wrong day, wrong guy. I'm sorry, chatters. I don't know how many of you saw that comment, but that one crossed the line. God was showing me that I was definitely immortal. And why would you bring up my son, dude? We're talking about something totally unrelated and you come in here with that. I know who you are. Same old broken record. A clown living in mommy's house, living on her income, going to Hong Kong and the Philippines on her pay stubs, and being a dork. Haven't you learned? I haven't shut the channel down. Haven't you learned? That's it, Jessica. That right there. And it bothers him that the channel's growing. It bothers him that Michael has risen, the phoenix from the ashes. I'm not afraid of Andrew. I don't have any reason to be, because you know what? God is either got me in his hand or he doesn't. Andrew's day is coming. Andrew's day is coming. I thank God that Andrew's going to meet the Lord one day, and God's going to say, checkmate, what's your next move, bud? I'm going to make it for you. Whew. And I would love to see Andrew get saved. I just don't believe that's going to happen. He's like, let me get something. Let me get something. Let's make a scripture lesson out of this. It's a good time. Anybody ready to have a little church? I think this is a good opportunity to take what the devil means for harm, and it's good to turn this around in the direction we need to right now. Let's go to an Old Testament book, and let's talk about this. Are you ready for some thunder? Are you guys ready? Put your seatbelts on. Here we go. Remember Nehemiah? The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah. Now it happened in the month Chislev, in the 20th year, while I was in Susa, the capital, that Hanai, one of my brothers, and some men from Judah came, and I asked them concerning the Jews who had escaped and had survived the captivity about Jerusalem. And they said to me, the remnant there in the province who survived the captivity are in great distress and reproach, and the wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates are burned with fire. Now it came about when I heard these words, I sat down and wept and mourned for days, and I was fasting and praying before the God of heaven. And he prayed to God, and the king saw that he worked for it. The king saw. It came about in the month Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, that wine was before him, and I took up the wine. He was the cupbearer. We had to taste the wine. See, if the wine was poisoned and the cupbearer died or took sick, well, the king didn't drink it. Can you imagine having a job where you had to taste test something, make sure it wasn't poison, and that means you're done? So the king said to me, now I had not been sad in his presence. So the king said to me, why is your face sad, though you are not sick? That is nothing but sadness of heart. And I was very much afraid, and I said to the king, let the king live forever. Why should my face not be sad when the city, the place of my father's tombs, lies desolate, and its gates have been consumed by fire? Then the king said to me, what would you request? So I prayed to the God of heaven. And I said to the king, if it please the king, and if your servant has found favor before you, send me to Judah, the city of my father's tombs, that I may rebuild it. And the king honored him because God was in this. And he gets the blessing of God. But watch this. But when Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite official and Geshem, the Arab, heard of it, they mocked us and despised us, said, what is this thing you are doing? Are you rebelling against the king? So I answered them and said to them, the God of heaven will give us success. Therefore we as servants will arise and build, but you have no portion, right, or memorial in Jerusalem. Andrew Drescher, you have no portion with the living God. I'm trying to build a wall in my life that God wants me to build. And you're a mocker and you're a scorner. You're trying to defeat me from building the wall. May God deal with you according to your sins. God bless the reading of his word. Amen. When you try to do right, evil is right there with you, and it comes in the form of other people who are not walking with the Lord. Hello, Eric. what questions you have. And folks, the devil is always going to bring opposition. Always. And for every one of you, it may not be Andrew, but it's something, it's somebody. Lupe, what are you saying? The prisoner had paper and pen. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the Apostle Paul when he was in jail and wrote the epistles? Apparently, either he had it himself or he dictated to somebody who wrote it down for him. That is a very, very much a real possibility that Paul had a brother who was not arrested who would write down what he had heard. Okay. In fact, I thought I'd heard something about that years ago, that Paul, because he's in chains. But sometimes, because if a prisoner showed good behavior, they'd release them from the stocks, but keep them in captivity. He very well, because he says elsewhere, see what large letters I write, indicating that his eyesight was going bad and his writing wasn't so good. So he may have had somebody sometimes, but he admits, see what large letters I write. He definitely had failing eyesight. And God used Paul so mighty, and look at how he was attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked. And I'm not the Apostle Paul. I'm Michael Nelson. And I'm not perfect. The Apostle Paul soars above me in holy, committed living to God. But guess what? God can use us. He used Samson with all of his foolishness. Talk about Samson being in the flesh. Fooling around with Delilah and playing this little dumb game with her. Delilah must have been a cutie for him to do what he did. Tell me the secret of your strength, Samson. And he played little tricks on her and lied, and finally she pulled the classic female emotionally driven logic move. You don't love me! Oh, that did it. Cut my hair. Samson, Philistines are upon you. Ha, I'm going to get up like before. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They gouged out that giant's eyes. He disobeyed. First of all, he wasn't supposed to cut his hair. That was a Nazirite vow. And all this fooling around with that silly girl. But guess what? I'm sure he came to his senses when he was chained to a pillar of the portico and all the king's men were up on that giant, balcony, having their little party and treating Samson like a circus display clown. Even Samson prayed and said, oh God, I don't want to be the shame and scorn. Give me the strength to knock this thing down. Thousands of people. Wow. God can use us in spite of ourselves. Praise his name. He's used me in spite of myself. Praise his name. And we treat things so stupid. We take things so lightly. When you are a child of God, you are protected. You are loved. You are under the power of God. Thank you, Jessica. You have a good day. Enjoy being with your children. And thank you for coming by. I appreciate you. Yet Samson had a weakness, and it was women. He found a harlot. The stuff he did was crazy. Then Samson called the Lord and said, "O Lord God, please remember me and please strengthen me just this time, O God, that I may at once be avenged of the Philistines and for my 2 eyes." And Samson grasped the 2 middle pillars on which the house rested and braced himself against them, the one with his right hand, the other with his left. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." And he bent with all his might so that the house fell on the lords and all the people who were in it. So the dead who he killed at his death were more than those who he killed at his life. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there, and about 3,000 men and women were on the roof, looking on while Samson was amusing them. You clowns that make fun of people that are God's people, God's going to bring down whatever you're standing on one of these days. Just remember that. Just remember that. Hello, Mr. Hinkle. Sam, how are you? The Bible says we are a peculiar people. When you work hard and you've got energy and you're positive, you're going to be surrounded by coworkers that hate their job. They're miserable, they're unhappy, they're godless. And guess what? You'll even work with other Christians that are miserable, that are unhappy, and you can't tell that they have God. Sometimes your worst enemies will be those of your brothers and sisters in the faith, telling you you shouldn't do that when God has told you you should. Ouch. Right, Nellie? Right? You got 100 going on there. And I'll tell you what, when you are different, you're going to get criticized. When you're not only different, but when you think different and you see the truth, they're going to mock you, and they're going to actually believe that they're cool, that they're smart, and you're the loser. This is 2025. We should know this by heart now. Samson was waylaid by Delilah because of his lust for her. And I have made dumb decisions because of lust. I have chased after women in my life that didn't belong in my life, did not belong to be my wife. But like Samson, I ran ahead in my own strength and foolishness. Praise be to God. All things work together for good for those who love God, called according to his purpose. There is no sin, Christian, that he cannot and will not forgive. Yes, Lupe. And it's true. Things got so bad that God had to use a woman in the Old Testament because everybody was living like the devil. And God can and will do that. If the men aren't being the willing vessel, he'll use a woman to speak the truth right into these clowns. But he prefers to use us. Man up, saddle up, and cowboy up, men. I know deep down in my heart, the most powerful thing is not getting the money and buying the truck and the house and the car. The most powerful thing is to know that God has used you as part of his plan to accomplish something for eternal purposes. Everything I've done down here is going to be burned. I cannot believe how much energy and time and resource this house takes to get it back up. And I'm really wasting a lot of time in light of eternity, because I can't take this with me. This is not going to be in the New Jerusalem. And I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Do you know what God is teaching me through this frustrating place? I kept saying many times I should have bulldozed this place and started over. Did God do that with Michael? Did he do that with you, Christian man or woman? Did he bulldoze you? No. Before you think everything got to be torn down. When God saves us, he does a remodel in you. He might have to gut you, but he doesn't tear you down. He starts carving with a surgeon's knife in you to show you how wretched and how vile and how foul and dark you are. And does he call us when we're perfect? Or does he call us in the midst of our own crazy selves? Look, he showed up to Isaiah, and watch what Isaiah did. In the year of King Uzziah's death, I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, lofty and exalted, with the train of his robe filling the temple. Seraphim stood above him, with each having 6 wings. With 2 he covered his feet, with 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, with 2 he flew. And one called out to another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. And the foundations of the thresholds trembled at the voice of him who called out while the temple was filling with smoke. Then I, that's Isaiah, said, Woe is me, for I am ruined, because I am a man of unclean lips. Cussing, profanity, dirty. And I live among a people of unclean lips, for my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. Those little tin cans on a shelf in 1980 reminded my 14-year-old self. You think you don't have any fear? Watch this. That made me nervous too. You know, y'all seen the Polar Express. Silly movie, but I like the one part. Because my mind thinks about things like that. That old cool steam train, the boy's in his bedroom, laying in his cute little boy's bedroom, and he's got a steam radiator in there, and he hears a sound, and light flashes off his ceiling. The steam radiator starts going, woo, like a train. He's like, what in the heck? Looks out the window, goes downstairs, and there's a big, gleaming, beautiful locomotive with brass and black, and the conductor says, well, are you coming? That's awesome. I like to picture that with a remix, Michael style. I would love it if a Hollywood life thing happened to me, that I'm in my back room and I'm sleeping and I hear something. Like, what the heck is that? That ain't no bass. A foghorn? Who put a foghorn? And it's deafening. And I walk to the living room window, and where the front yard ends, you're looking at ocean. And there's a big, giant, gleaming ocean liner with light spilling from the portholes. And the gangplank comes down, and the guy comes down and says, are you coming, Michael? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm coming. Yes. Wouldn't that be cool if that really happened? I wouldn't explain why I didn't call in for work. I wouldn't even care. An ocean liner showed up in front of my house. It looks like brand new. And it pulled up here and told me, come on. Oh, yeah, do I need to lock my door? Do I care? I don't know where this thing's going, but I'm going. That's a trip. This is just a heart. And this is just beads. Healthy sense. We all want something cool to happen. Life is monotonous. Life is boring. Life's a struggle. It hurts. Be so cool. You look over the stern and you see these massive propellers. You can see through the water, and there's lights on the back of the ship that show gold-plated propellers. You enjoying this, Michael? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I sure am. I would love to be able to go on a brand new old world steamship, the biggest ever. You know why we feel those things? Because we were created for something so much more. And if you don't learn anything on December 25th, Christian, we were made for way more than tinsel and stockings and ho, ho, ho. That's what got Samson in trouble, was a ho, ho, ho. Forgive me for injecting the humor. We were created for something far grander than Starbucks, an SUV, and our bills and our struggle just to survive. You know what I mean? We were created for so much more. And we've gotten so accustomed to living down here on terra firma. But I've had the advantage and the blessing of feeling terra firma when the earth moves under my feet. I will never forget that. People say, you're in Georgia. We don't have those. You want to bet? Don't say never. Don't say never. In Revelation, it talks about there was an earthquake so great, one has not been like it on the earth. So great was the earthquake that the cities of the nations fell. Atlanta, D.C., Denver, Tokyo, Moscow, London, Paris, Istanbul, Dubai, with the tallest skyscraper. God is going to rock every single thing that we've built and put up and erected. He's going to rock it all to the ground one day. So what are you building, scholar? Blue collar? Guy standing on the corner mooching money to get drunk? What are you building? What are you erecting up? Something that can be torn to pieces? Delilah must have been one cute little woman for Samson to lose his mind and his eyes. His eyes! They gouged out, the Philistines gouged out his eyes. That's what drew him to the woman. Ouch! And they were going to make sport of him. They had a big old party and festivities. Look, we got the big clown. Whee! The Philistines didn't know it. God had an appointment with them clowns. And big old Samson We watch these stupid little Hollywood movies. They ain't got nothing over what God did. Nothing. The Ten Commandments was a good movie, but they can't do it. I would love to stand right there, front row. Move over, boys. I want to see what God's going to do. Get out of the way. Oh, man. Joy to the world. Joy to you and me. Joy to the, oh my gosh, the fishies, the sea has moved. I wish I could see that. I wish I could see the hand of God in such a dramatic way. I missed out on those great events. I missed out. Is the chat frozen? Are we still airing? Are we still going here? Are we on fire yet? Are the turbos spooling yet? How do we capture that? Thank you, doggy. Thank you, Mystery Rock. Now I'm going to ask something because I'm insecure and I'm vain and I'm human. Is anybody getting anything out of this of any value? Or am I just another clown on YouTube? You tell me. Lupe, I like the face. Thank you, Angel. How are you? Mob. Mob's always got the muscle. I'm going to say it again. Delilah must have been a cutie for a grown man to lose his mind and his eyesight for. And then she played this little game because she was a traitor. A traitor to Israel. A traitor to God. A traitor to Samson. Be careful, men, the women you get involved with. They may be trying to gouge your eyes out. They may be a traitor. Be careful, women, the men you get involved with. They may be a traitor too. We don't think, do we? We run on our emotions. We make stupid, flighty decisions. I know. I speak from experience. Thank you, Mystery Rock. Thank you, Nellie. I appreciate that. And I'm vain for even asking. But sometimes I want to see a temperature gauge on the dash. It tells me where we're at. How many of you guys go to a church on Sunday morning that brings the Bible alive like this? There are teachers that are good, but it is like going to a dry class. They give you knowledge, but the excitement is just kind of monotone. We've got to have passion. Passion is important. Sometimes we read this book, and it's just like I said this morning, it's like Sesame Street. Mana, 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 ooh, 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 mana, mana, ooh, 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 mana, mana. Woe to those who drag iniquity with the cords of falsehood. What does that mean? Lying. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Don't we got that going on today? Thank you, Nellie, but that's sad. And I said it just this last week. It's sad that we cannot go to church. It should be for the Christian the best day, the best time of the week. And it isn't. That's why I believe the church age is coming to a close. And I can empathize with Paul. Because I said, oh, wretched man that I am. I have a lust problem. It's bad. It's wrong. It's sin. That's my struggle. Alcohol, pot, lotto cards, stealing, Ponzi schemes, manipulating people. Those aren't temptations. I have no desire to do those. But I love women. I love beauty. I like looking at all the different diversity of females. I never get tired of it. I would definitely have been a Samson and trapped by a Delilah. But I'm getting older. I say, you're not cutting my hair, babe. And if you try, you're out the door. And it's sad. We all have those things that bring us to our fleshly knees. Gloria, oh Gloria, in excelsis Deo. Do we think about the power it took? Do we think about the power and the humility and the discipline it took for God, who's in heaven, who's in eternity, he's in a realm far greater than this, to clothe himself in flesh and be born in a manger with smelly animals and animal poop, no room at the inn, and he comes down here to settle down for 33 years with us. 3 of those 33 years were his public ministry. What was it like, Jesus growing up under Mary and Joseph? Did Mary and Joseph ever have to paddle him? I don't think so. At 12 years old, Jesus is sitting in the temple. He's having a discussion with the priests. And his parents are like, why didn't you not tell us? Woman, I have to be about my Father's business. And Mom's going, huh? Did you forget? I'm not really your child. I'm God, Mama. You just housed me temporarily, but you ain't Mama. How do you forget your child? Mary and all them left in some sort of a caravan and forgot that Jesus was in. How do you do that? This idea that people perpetuate that Mary was perfect. No, she wasn't. Mary and Joseph didn't bother to pay attention. Where's the kid? You get in the car? No. What? Where is Jesus? We got to go all the way back. Did you ever think about that stuff? Thank you, Mr. E-Rock. The original Home Alone. The original Home Alone. Nelly, that's a good one. And Jesus wasn't running around the back of a synagogue. Hey, man, you try this Marlboro, man? Dude, I got a doob. No, he was at the feet of priests and talking about the Torah. Wow. Know any 12-year-old kids that get into that today? No, I don't. Tell 12-year-old kids, Merry Christmas, here's a Bible. A Bible? Wow. Guess what? How about the biggest trolling event that ever took place? God, very God, crucified, nailed on a cross. And these religious clowns are standing at the bottom of that hill. He saved others. Let him save himself. Watch this, folks. At God's command, those spikes could have become projectiles, left that cross, turned around, and then a direct missile on every one of those taunters and went, boom, 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 boom. All right, deal. I almost saved myself. I'm going to flush all this down the toilet. Watch this. God, take me home and end it. The end. No Golgotha, no cross, no people, no plants, no fishes in the deep blue sea. It's done. It took discipline to torment the Almighty God to say those kinds of things. You know what you and I would do. Man, they're telling me I can't do anything about this. They're taunting me. Let me show you. God didn't do that. God didn't do it. He stayed. Love and discipline and wanting to please the Father kept him on that cross. Would you do that? I don't think any of us would. Ouch. And it's hard. How do I love my enemies? I don't love my enemies. Why should I love my enemies? They don't love me. I mean, let's cut to the chase here. I had a guy being a butthole yesterday at work, the Christian. I just thought, you know what? I'm getting tired of this guy. And I thought, we're going to retool how we deal with this clown. And I'm going to start assertively but carefully, without ending up in the office, finding a way to confront his BS. And I needled him before we left. He said it again. I said, oh, you got to let me know one more time. It took you a minute to find it. I said, being self-righteous again, Joe? You like wearing that on your sleeve, picking at everybody's little mistakes? I noticed you like to do that. Since you're the one that walks on water. I don't walk on water. I make mistakes. Not you. I said, the Almighty Joe makes mistakes? You're kidding me. I patronized him. Does it connect in the brain? We'll see on Monday if he gets it. Some people are dumb as a stump. Let's go look at a stump. Hi, Coyote. How are you? I hope you're having a good day, sir. Did you get any Baby Bell cheese? You probably ate all of it already, didn't you? All of it. You probably inhaled all of it. Now you're out again. Oh, I've been praying for him that God will get him out of there, but maybe that's not the way I should pray, huh? Let's see what we're doing out here. Wow, is it actually hot? When I say dumb as a stump, let's use an object illustration. I still need to get this damn thing out of here. Look at this. Stump. That's a stump. But if I was to back my truck into that, guess what? I'd be dumber than that. Because that thing would just destroy my pickup. That thing wouldn't even move. It wouldn't even move. I tried to pull that with the M35A2, and the back end drifted. It wouldn't pull. So I thought, okay, how about if I put the chain on the front and back up? Because the engine's over the front wheels, and that ain't going to drift. And I put that baby in reverse, dropped that into low, locked the front hubs. I was doing a dance in my truck when I watched that stump come up out of the ground and just keep going. I said, there you go, come to Papa. Don't be dumb as the stump. Be smarter than the stump. You didn't get any cheese, really? Wow. Well, I can't send you cheese. It goes bad. Now I'm starting to hear an increase in traffic. Tomorrow's back to normal. It's a beautiful day in Georgia. But you know what? Look at that. That's a fire ant hill. That's what you do with those. Look. Everybody pay attention. You see that? I pissed off the colony. Look. See it? All I did was kick it, and look at that. Watch. Spit. I hate those things. Hate them. Hate fire ants. Millions of them come pouring out of the hole. Oh my gosh. Larisha. Let's say this, everybody. Larisha. Not Larisha. Larisha. Repeat after me. Larisha. 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 I listened to your video yesterday. I'd never heard your voice, Larisha. Now I've heard you. I was like, wow. I heard Larisha. Okay, right key, please. Is chat frozen? The chat is stalled out because I'm moving. There we go. Yes, I listen to you. It's a trip when I see you typing all the time and I never hear who you are. That was cool. Absolutely cool. There we go. Yeah, now the chat's rolling. It froze. Did y'all see my fire ant? Did you see me kick it? Did you see all those? Did the camera pick that up? You see them all going like this? Did I get your name right, Larisha? Did I get it right? Yeah, because I pissed them off. I kicked their house over. Let me show you something. You saw those fire ants. And I've said this before, but I'm going to give you that now that you saw that. So this whole yard was flooded. Tina's car was right here. My truck was there. And this was all underwater. Several inches. You get back here, about 8 inches to a foot deep. As the yard slopes down. And I was standing in the bed of the truck. Tina had her rain boots on her right about here in the water. This was the deepest. This whole thing was underwater. And there was what looked like a 2x4 sheet of plywood right here. And there was all the leaves and sticks and trash that had blown from wherever from Helene into the yard. I said, Tina, is that a piece of plywood? What is that over there? She walked over and looked down and said it was a perfectly rectangle of millions of fire ants. I said, what? I did some reading recently. When it floods, they come out of the ground and they all cling to each other. And they form a ball. And they roll so everybody gets a chance to breathe. They cling and they group up and they grab onto each other and they keep flipping over so they keep alive. Isn't that interesting that even in the bug world, God has given them a way to depend upon each other for survival? And if you notice something about the way we people are today, we can become so fiercely independent and we say we don't need each other and yet we're suffocating. Do we really think we can do everything by ourselves? I know I can't. I've done a damn valiant effort on this house, but guess what I've learned? Well, hello, Cheryl. Justice. Everybody's rolling in. Now we can start doing roll call. Good to see everybody. Why is it that we say we don't need people, and yet God brought two men into my life, Mob and Eric, and they have been invaluable, measureless. We've had good, productive, heart and soul conversations, which I have not had with men for years. I've had it with my friend Tony. I've had it with James in Montana. I've had it with my friends up in Vermont. I haven't had a solid male friend on a close level, face to face, since Duluth. Unbelievable. You got snow, Cheryl? It's pushing near 80 down here today. Look, everybody. Look it. I'm getting there. This has been one heck of a ride, too. I'm getting there. I need to work on this. I need to get the rest of this paint off. I need to clean it up. I need to sand this, pull the hardware, soak it. Oh, that's grease. See that? That's grease, folks. Class is now in session, everybody. Who wants to sit at my school desk? Anybody? Anybody want to sit at my desk? But you like the snow. You'd be burning up down here. With you so used to the cold, you'd feel hot down here. It actually feels good today. Larisha, I want to share with everybody, I got a gift that arrived this week from Bridge. If I could save a ship in a bottle. Now that's cool. And it even gives the history of this on the back. Now, she hadn't answered me back in the Discord. So obviously, she's still got enough that she sent me a gift. Where is the lighting? There we go. Yeah, I just went out there, but the problem is you get out there and it's bugs. That's the one bad thing about Georgia. You have to have a lanai screened in so you're not getting eaten. So funny, you're going to have cold weather, and literally a day later, all the mosquitoes and all the little bitey bugs are back out again. They don't die down here. They got antifreeze in their veins or something. Hey, Mr. Russell. Please do. I'm all right, other side. How are you? You're not by chance Ag Gillespie, are you? Yellow Jackets and Hornets don't seem to want to die here. Yep. Those guys are buggers. They didn't get up under my eaves no more. I think they learned. Don't do that. I used to joke to Tina. I think of a new version of Bug's Life. The fire ants have meetings every so often at nighttime. You can hear the crickets and they're saying, look, we came to you, King, because we're tired of this. That white boy in there, that redhead white boy, he keep kicking over our anthills, he keep tearing us up, and we're gonna have to take him on. Because he don't just let us live and let live. He parks the mower over it and spin that blade around and throw us in all directions. He sprayed this stuff and all my friends died. Them little tiny ants are the size of sugar ants. And when they bite, they get on my hands. I've done it when I've raked the yard and I'll get down, I don't put on gloves and I grab the leaves and I'll feel the bite. I'll go, I'll kill it. They hurt. What are my pronouns? What does my name say? What does my name say? I want to test you. My name is Michael, so that would indicate I am what? Yeah, those red ants bite, and they bite hard. And the first time I experienced that when I moved here, I said, you guys have declared war. and I will never surrender. The war is ongoing and engaging. I go get the rain. Usually I kick over the big anthills. After it rains real good, they come out. And they build these anthills so fast. I mean, literally, when the rain stops falling, they're coning up. And I'll go out there after work and I'll go, boom! And you'll see them going, I'll go get the rain and go, come out 5 minutes later. Oh, Ernie! Oh, Marcy! Oh, it's good knowing you. Thousands of them. How does sugar water work? They like sugar. So why would you assume that pronouns for Michael's is she? Michael's never been a female name. So you did not assume correctly. This is 2025. And if I can politely tell you, there are two pronouns. Men, women, male, female, ma'am, sir. That's it. And if you're born with a hot dog, you're a man. If you're born with a taco, then you're a woman. It doesn't matter if you change those things in a surgery. If you're born a man, you're a man. If you're born a woman, you're a woman. That's reality 101, folks, and that's the end of my science class for the day. That's right, Mr. E-Rock. Sparkler bombs. In my Hollywood mind, I wish I could put something in the ground and blows a hole in it. And all of a sudden I see some gleaming object hanging part way out of the earth and go, what is this? And you find it's a pirate chest with all kinds of emeralds and gold coins. You know, I was told that if you find treasure on your property, you have to turn it into the state. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little secret. This is my house. I paid for the land. I own a title to it. And I got news for you. I find something on my property that's buried or whatever, it's mine. It doesn't belong to anybody else. It belongs to the owner. Even the Bible says guy finds treasure in the field. He goes back and asks the owner to sell it, buys it, then he goes and gets the treasure. That's it. Oh, Carol, I was just saying. Mom, that's good. Flute. No, Ag, A-C, Ag Gillespie. Weren't you on my Pacific Ocean Asia channel the other side? Surely you know who Ag Gillespie is. I'm sure you know who he is. I think you identify as a flute. Mom, why do you do that? You always make me laugh. You and Eric both come up with one-liners or phrases, and I'm like, that is freaking beautiful. Larisha, I turn off the comment availability off almost all videos now. I don't know if you've noticed, but the channel is going. Somebody in the room told me it was hurting it. Hello. 80 subs yesterday. 31,000 views. 200 plus likes. Getting close to 300 likes on one. I mean, when I get to be passionate and not interrupted, even now, look. Look at the numbers. I got chat, 26 people. The most was 60. When I do those, they're going hundreds, 200s, 300s this morning. Pretty close to, in fact, it was over 300. I mean, the difference is night and day. The chat was hurting the channel. And people were messaging me in other venues, and they were saying, Mike, we like what you got to say, but this chat's getting on our nerves. It's distracting you from your focus, all this stuff. They were getting upset. More than were upset about me turning off the chat. I identify as a koala bear. Stand back. Chlamydia smile. You better not have chlamydia, Cheryl. That's nasty stuff. I do get disappointed when the chat is off. The trolls do show up. But I've learned I can control the trolls much better now than the former channel. The other side, did you? Hey, daughter of Adonai, sourdough, all right. And you're making your own bread. How are you? El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Adonai. Age to age, you're still the same by the power of your name. I like your name, daughter of Adonai. That's very cool. Yes. Koala bears carry chlamydia. I thought that was an STD, not a koala bear STD. That's cool. Because of my extremely genealogy to William the Conqueror. I wish I had a way to get in a tub where you wouldn't see my nakedness and I could just put this on. Of course, I wouldn't be able to see the chat, but I could sit in the tub and do tub chat. Somebody did that. He got all the way down in this tub and he's got it sitting on a chair and everybody's like, why are you in the tub? Why are you doing a video in the tub? Why in the world would you do a video on the tub? I read all the comments. This guy's doing a video from the tub. That is stupid. But watch this. If a woman was sitting in the tub, wow, that's pretty cool. You're in the tub doing it live. Wow, I like that in the tub. Can you stand up? Could you stand up for us? See? Aren't people interesting? I do. I watched Dave Boldo just a little bit ago before I came here. I was doing my puzzle. He's driving around in New Jersey doing his video. He's got podcasts and everything going on now. He's got, he started doing memberships or something. He's making good money off of that. I don't look at Ewu toilet seat or self-professed deity boy in the shower. More relaxing than doing it with a toilet seat. Hello, Arwu, how are you? No, I don't want a rubber ducky. Tina would ask me if I want to borrow hers. I said, no, give me a battleship and a cruise ship, and then I can play Sink the Boat. Das Boot. We could play for Hunt for Red October in the tub. So, Ewu is up to 600,000+ subs now. Mr. Mob informed me of that today. That is insane. And it just goes to show you that people, and they're paying for it. Syphilitic chancers. Glad I don't see people in the tub. Hey, can somebody give me some backstory about why they came up a long time ago with nursery rhymes, one of them being rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub? What are 3 men doing in a tub? I mean, were they pushing that back then? Scary. You give them credit for, okay, Cheryl, I love you, but that has got to be the most, for a married couple to sit there and make baby noises over and over and over. And then people that watch that will come over and criticize my clothing. Really? At least I have substance over here. Row, row, row your boat. Those sailors. What's that little piece? It's called a tail. You remember that in the 80s? It's not hanging. It's, you know, the base of the hair. You like that? Good old rat tail. I should do that this time. When my hair starts to grow out, we'll grow that out and do a long, long tail. Then I can go up to somebody and go, shut up, boy. Started as a body rhyme from the 14th century, originally featuring 3 maids in a tub at a fairground peep show with the butcher, baker, and candlestick maker as onlookers. Oh my, Mr. E-Rock, now that's a trip. 3 maids in a tub. Come here, my little priest. Look at this. I'm going to show you the stuff. Look at how expensive it is just to eat crap. $6.99 for 2 burgers, 2 fries. That's a lot of money. The burger's probably only about that big. And then the chicken sandwiches, $7.99. Subway, $7 for a foot long. Look at that. $7. And what is the big deal about these? Are these any better than Winchell's or Dunkin' Donuts? Really? I see Neeks, they have a Krispy Kreme in Durban, South Africa. She had a video and I saw Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme in South Africa. Oh my. $8.99 for an original dozen glazed. $5, 3-count donuts and medium hot or iced brewed coffee. Free original glazed or classic assorted dozen when you buy any dozen. Limit 3 excludes specialty dozens. Donuts. All it is wheat with a lot of sugar and frosting and cutesy stuff on it. Interesting, the other side. Have you made homemade donuts, daughter? Wow, you're very resourceful. I want everybody to welcome daughter of Adonai. She showed up, and here she lives in Arizona. And she has contributed to some very, very good intellectual chat. Everything is going down, not up. Trump for the high tariff. Larissa, what are you saying? I'm confused. Well, yes, you are most welcome. We welcome people that want to contribute and be productive in the stream. It's always good. Carol, I've never had any of that stuff, so I don't know. Shoot, I used to say to my mother, you can have some coffee with your milk? She had her coffee so white. She pours so much creamer in there. Have you guys read the ingredients on that creamer stuff? That stuff is nasty. That powdered stuff is no good. By the way, coffee has, just so you know, has no nutritional value whatsoever. Neither does soda pop. Soda pop. No nutritional value to soda pop. Zero. You're better off doing what I do. People ask how I look young, how I stay fit. Juice without the sugar and the corn sweetener. Juicy juice is pretty good. But there is no juice like pink guava. I will always talk about pink guava in Hong Kong. And mango juice. You bought mango juice over here in Asia? It was mango juice. Not la da 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 da, an emulsifier, a preserver, a this, a that, a this. Yeah. The real McCoy. What is Bailey's? I like the smell of coffee. I wish I had that coffee smell in my house. Now this, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but this is what we call cowboy coffee out west. The old percolator, the old metal with enamel, porcelain enamel over it. The white specks. I bought this because I remember these. This was in remarkably good shape. But these are very cool coffee pots. They call this cowboy coffee. Straight black is what the cowboys had. Hello, Minnie Mouser. How are you? Larissa, it's good to see you. It was good to hear your voice on a short yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, she spoke. And I didn't even notice. You have all these videos with food and cooking. Now you're going to make me hungry. Camping coffee, yep. Cowboy coffee. Larissa, are you leaving? Oh, you leaving. Hey, have a good one. I did it again. Larissa. Repeat after me. Larissa, not Larissa. Larissa. She did a whole short yesterday. My name is Larissa. Test question, you coffee addicts. Do you know which coffee is made? Have you heard of the coffee made out of lemur poop? It's basically a bean that they eat that goes through the lemur, and their digestive juices do something to the beans. They harvest the beans. It's one of the most expensive coffees. That's what I was told. Don't sue me if I'm incorrect on that, but that's what I've been told. Harwoo. What is WTAF? Yeah, I don't think I want to eat something that came out somebody's butt. But come on now. Come on now. We're being a little hypocritical here. Most of y'all eat something that comes out of somebody's butt. Right here, baby. Right here. Came out of a chicken's butt. We don't think anything about it. Though it has a shell over it. And coffee beans. Coffee beans. I love bouncing off the wall sometimes. What do you mean it's just another day? Going to brunch. I got you, Arwoo. Oh, that's funny. Excuse me. I used to buy my eggs from a lady and I'd clean them here. And yeah, they had little speckled bathroom tidbits on them. Oh, I might as well work on the puzzle a little bit. Nothing pressing to do today. Life comes to a screeching halt today. And I remember when I was a kid, nothing would be open. Nothing. Oh my gosh, let's pull these puzzle pieces down so I can move this closer. Look at this. Oh, did I show you this? Mom got me this. Isn't that awesome? That'll be my next challenge. Hopefully it doesn't sink, the project. You're telling me you can store the eggs for 2 years? Wow. That I did not know. That's amazing. What does this go to? Red, white, and blue. What is old-fashioned preservation? Hello, cover up. What does all these pieces go to? We gotta find out. So much confusion over here. So many different red colors. You got red words, red borders. This puzzle has been a challenge, folks. Look, this is not an easy task. All the different, you got bottle caps with words. You got concert tickets, you got albums, you got guitars, you got a phonograph or a record player, you got little things with poetry on them and all kinds of things. Don't make love, not war. Love is the ultimate trip. Mountain Dew, Bazooka Joe bubblegum. I remember we used to do that and read little comics in there. No, that doesn't go. Does that? Does that? What is... Oh, that's part of that mess over there. I did the harmonica. I need a harmonica. I should really learn how to play a stupid harmonica. I do, but you know, sometimes I cannot find in this. Look at this. This looks like your kid's bedroom. The floor. Trying to find all that in the middle of the mess. Then I'd love to reconcile. If you'd only come to me for a while. I'd love to see you, but I know that you would hide away. What is this? Nope. Yes. Ha! Got one. I'd love to see you, but I know that you would hide away. What is this one? Right there. Boobalicious. No, I look, but it doesn't always help. That's right, the other side. I can't be uppity. I'm nothing special. I'm just an ordinary guy. Well, not quite. But we can pretend. Cheryl, how much snow you got on the ground? The clouds keep moving and diffusing the sunlight. That really makes it hard to see. How about if we turn on some light? Nah, I'd rather go blind. Let's see. Where does this go? Chances are, la da 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 da. Every shing-a-ling-a-ling that is starting to sing, just shine. The Carpenters. Another sad story. Beautiful woman. Such a tragic life. Karen Carpenter. Why? All right, Arwu, have fun with the dish rag. 2 feet. Wow. Man, I remember the days in Mammoth where 15 feet in a week was the norm. Wow. Snow up to my underarms and above it. It's just yesterday once more. La da 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 da. Every sha la 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 la, every whoa whoa, just shine. That was a neat song. So original. Cheryl, I love good music, and it's my pacifier, I guess, because life is cruel. And I like to hear good, oh, right on. I got another piece of the puzzle. Got another piece of the puzzle. You got to get it, Jack. You got to get it back. Another piece. Ah, another piece of the puzzle. What's that? What is that? How about this one? You like this one? No, it doesn't go. Those are all wrong. No snow in Massachusetts. Anyone watching the old city? Frosty the Snowman had a very loud snore. Then when he woke up, he wasn't anymore because his wife turned on the hairdryer and said, "You snore too loud, get out." Wow, Frosty died a miserable death all because of a hairdryer. That's not right. La da 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 da. Is that it? No. Tell you, it's amazing. It sharpens your mind to do this because then you learn to read edges and this and that, and you can finally, hey, I just saw that piece a minute ago, and that piece over here goes here. They say it's the good way to prevent Alzheimer's because, ooh, there's a piece. High on a hill stood a lonely goat. Yody lady, yody lady, yody lady, hee-hoo. Yeah. Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Frosty had a divorce. We're going to have a new movie called Frosty 2025. Santa Claus and Miss Santa have had it with each other. All they do is fight. You just see this high-powered attorney. Well, Mr. Claus, the truth is if you divorce your wife, she gets half your stuff, and then you got to pay child support to all the elves. Oh, are you serious? That'd be a hoot. One of those slapstick movies. Silent night, holy. Oh, look at that. I just found where this mess goes. All is calm, all is bright. Yeah, Doggy has said that many times. Cheryl, you better read some more. I'm just teasing. I'm having fun at your expense. Don't take offense. Sourdough bread. So do you have a bread maker, Adonai? Dost thou havest a bread maker? Wow, we are cooking with gas. What is this? Please continue to pray for Colette, folks. She needs prayer. Cannot divulge, but I got a message yesterday. Not from her, but somebody who she gave permission to reach out to me on her phone to tell me that she's not out of the woods yet and still needs prayers. It amazes me how fast things change for people. Don't take life for granted, viewers. You have no promise of tomorrow. You have today. What is this? Oh, nice. I was wondering where those went. 100 pages of what? Over 100 pages. La da da da. La da da da. Cheating and looking at the box, it still doesn't always help. Most of the time. What is this? Ah, I know where that goes. I just saw it. Sweet. Dreamweaver. Grinch pinatas. Apparently, that's what they're doing. I know the pinata's big in Mexican culture. I learned that growing up in California schools. We had one in the classroom, and I'll tell you what, it's hard because you put a blindfold around and they give a kid a stick. That's dangerous. Kids with a blindfold, they're told to find the pinata and hit it. And they're hitting everything but the pinata. That's really fun. Very dangerous. Not a good idea. Breaking. I'm sorry, that's funny. Eric tearing up the pinatas and the Grinches. That's funny. Funny. Pinata. What song is that, Cheryl? Somebody sadistic came up with the pinata. Just yell, there's caca in the pinata, don't hit it. They'll all run, caca! And then go over there and steal the candy. Caca's the Spanish word for poop. Caca. I used to do that when I drove the buses in Colorado. We had a lot of Mexican kids that knew no English, and they'd act up. I said, no, that's caca. Ha ha, caca. He said caca. Jeez. Comes in handy sometimes. Had to learn a few words in Spanish. Siéntate, por favor, muy peligro. They sat down real quick when I say that. Wow, he know how to say sit down, very dangerous. Uh-huh. Now I learned a few words. Sit down, siéntate. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? La 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 la. There's a beautiful piece of music. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? I saw a keyboard at the flea market, but I don't want to buy that crap. Because some of the people selling that stuff are hustlers, and you don't know if it's any good. But I'd like to get a real good keyboard, not just one of those cheap Casios. I want a real one that I can make all the sounds, do a broadcast and play music. Caliente. Needs an N in there, doggy. Hace mucho calor. It is very hot. Are you going to clean the dang stairs? Wow, where does this piece go? I have no idea what that goes to. These two don't even belong in this hemisphere. Those can go over there. Going to Scarborough Fair. What is the deal? A Yamaha, really? Brand new? Yeah. Well, that's LALEMANAPQRASTUVXYZ. El alfabeto español. Yo comprendo muy poquito en español, solo 2 años en la escuela. I wish I'd have taken more Spanish. That would have been to my advantage. Somebody tries to pretend you're a dumb American, I just simply say, ay, muy estúpido, yo comprendo mucho español. Silencio, por favor. Don't talk out of your butt cheeks. People, man. People. He's going to go over there. E-Rock's going to go over there and pig Latin. Ig pay Attenlay. That took some work. I remember that. We kids stumbled onto that. Then we drove everybody up a wall. Okay, you can stop doing that now, kids. But Mom, no more pig say. But I like talking like a pig. You can hear somebody in the distance rocketing around. Somebody's really winding up that car. Oh, you know what? Where is that piece? That piece should be floating around here somewhere. All around the world. Mank, mank. I like that Luna orbit. That is so cool. Amazon, huh? I wish I could have had the group Asia's keyboard. They paid $250,000 for those things back in the 80s, I was told. That's outrageous. So did everybody see any family members today? Anybody? So the other side, you didn't answer me. Were you on my Pacific Ocean Asia channel? The one from way back in the day. I'm trying to remember who you were. That don't go there. That don't go there. No, don't go there. This is stupid. I want to know what this is. Why do we have this edging? And this goes to that, but it doesn't go to this. Very, very strange indeed. Strange. So who were you? I'm trying to remember because that's been so long ago. I mean, the last to that was 2015. Don't mind me for asking. I'm just trying to get a reference point. So you're one of the old timers. Currently home alone, laying on a couch, watching football, destroying a pumpkin pie. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Mom, I got a story to tell you about that. So Thanksgiving, Mammoth Lakes, the relatives were up. My mom had a couple pumpkin pies. They had one in the fridge, and my mom said, don't eat all the pie. I take her literally, so I didn't eat all the pie. I kept cutting a slice and slice, and I left one sliver like that. Everybody came home from their outing, and my mother said, you ate. I said, I did not eat the whole pie. You told me not to eat the whole pie. So, you know, that didn't go over very well. Hate to say it. I don't know why she got so upset. I'm a growing young man. I shoveled lots of snow. I eat pie. Mom, I'm serious. Hey, cover up. Welcome back. Oh, where are we at? Where are we at? That don't go there. This is strange stuff. All right, time to cheat and look. So that's Yardley's. And we got Yard. What is that? Yard what? What does that even say? That isn't right. Oh, really? Got you, the other side. Thank you. Well, that was a time, when everything went crazy. And time has gone by. And that troll that ended that channel is still there. Still. 10 years later. But this time he didn't run me off because I'm bolder now. I'm glad to hear that, doggy. We were talking about you today. Maybe your ears were burning. And a couple of us gentlemen had some praise about you making an effort to stop. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Anybody know that song? Hello, daughter. Welcome back. Oh, they were terrible, the other side. Yeah, I'm not perfect, but I do just be genuine. And I want to dress up the other side. I saw your comment the other day. I answered. I don't know if you saw. I do what I do with the clothing. Because I've been through enough stuff, I like to wear it. Sometimes I just wear this. In fact, it's getting warmer in here. The sun's finally heating up this old house. I like to just be me. I don't care anymore what people think. And it's not hurting the channel. It really is not. People have expressed dismay. But the bulk majority of the people that are here because of the heart of it all. And my way of looking at it is if people want to pay the channel, they want to send in large donations where I can come and do this full time, then I would say they'd have a say as to what I wear because now they're investors. And if they're going to run me as a company, then I'd be willing to, if they want to be the bosses and pay me enough money to make a living, then they got a right to say what I wear. That's just kind of where I'm at. Thank you, and I appreciate that. I've gotten a lot of feedback, and I didn't want you to think I was being a barbed cactus about it. I'm sure you've noticed there's been a change since 2015. I'm a little older, a little wiser, a little more pointed now. That does that. That does that. And it needs to be. It needs to be. I needed to, I don't want to say retool myself. I think I didn't retool myself. I just grew. And I got tougher. Working on this house and living in the hood in Georgia has changed me. I came here and I paid cash for this place. I wanted to buy me a house and I'd never been here, and I moved out here. I rented from a friend who retired from Denver schools, who lived just a couple miles down the road. She's now deceased. And I love this place. It's been a struggle. I've gone through a lot of hardships. First week I moved to this house, I laid down in bed and heard guns going off in the neighborhood. They used to shoot them in the air regularly around here. Now you don't hear that no more, because now some of the old-timer black people are calling they're getting sick of it. And they're calling the police, and the police show up real quick when there's gunfire. But it was a regular occurrence around here. Neighborhood's slowly starting to change. Got a nice older black gentleman over here. He's a good neighbor. And we're getting more people. They just cleaned up a house 2 doors down. Gutted it, painted the brick white, put up a new fence, cleaned it up. Things are starting to change around here. That's good. This house is way bigger than I need. It's 2,100 square feet. But it's mine. Actually, I should rephrase that. It's God's. He gave it to me on loan. And I can say I was a homeowner and you missed it. A few months ago, I sold an M35A2. I had a deuce and a half. I want to get another one. This one had a couple things. I got into a change and lost a job due to standing up and telling the truth on YouTube about an event in Cincinnati, and my employer construed that as racism. And it had nothing to do with my employment. People call me from there saying nothing's getting done. I said, well, they play stupid games and win stupid prizes. The guy that was my sidekick didn't do much, and he's not doing anything now, but yeah. But God is good, and he still takes care of me. Oh, that goes right there. Yeah. Jim and Ann both ended up dying the other side. The Woodworth family that I took care of, they passed away. Yes, they do still. Absolutely. I understand. No, Michael, you knew I was bold then. You remember I used to wear the wigs? Remember the long hair? I looked like the guy from Wayne's World. Everybody thought that was a hoot. I used to wear that on the bus. The kids got a kick out of that. Love is in the air. Ever since I've been around. What does this piece go to? This doesn't line up with anything on the board. Now that is strange. Was this an extra cut? Because all the border's done. Very, very, very odd. Love is in the air, da 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 da. Love is in the air. That was a good music. What happened to good music, people? Yeah, Jim had passed away in 16 due to pancreatic. And would you believe, 2019, Anne passed away from the same thing. Shock of shocks. The house was sold. One of the tenants who still rents the duplex still calls me. Tells me it's not the same with me not there. Tells me every time that the place is falling apart. The acreage that I took care of has got 4-foot-high weeds and trees are drying up and falling down. And wow, I'm glad I got out of there. That place was a lot of work. More work than this. And I did my best, but I did go in 2018 to see a young lady that I met on Facebook. Had a wonderful trip for 2 weeks. I said, I'm not going to marry you. I want to go on vacation. You're nice. We've talked, and I'd like to meet you and your family. So I went to Valenzuela City. No, when Andrew Drescher, a.k.a. Legatus, was screwing around, I shut the whole channel down. He has uploaded a lot of those on his Monster of the East channel that you can find. They're still there. I don't like to give anybody, a tip off to his buffoonery. But they are my videos, and if I get a downloader, I can download them and re-upload them to this channel. I just got to figure out how to do that. That's wild that you ran into my channel, though. Hello, Mortar Oil. How are you doing? And thank you. How is life in your corner of the universe? Oh, we're getting somewhere. Despacito. Da 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 da, Puerto Rico. I think you will find the other side. I'm more on fire now. Cheryl, you leaving me? See? Cheryl, we didn't leave you high and dry. Glad you came on. You have fun in the snow. You got snowshoes up there? Good old Maine. Never made it to New England. I've been all over this country, but not New England. Oh, got you. Clowns channel. Oh, mashed potatoes are good though. So are baked. It just takes longer to bake them. Oh, it's been quiet today. New Year's Day, I'm gonna have to do a short. I'm gonna pull one out of the past. I'm gonna pull out that good old U2. All is quiet on New Year's Day. That's become a tradition for me. I love that song. I remember when that came out in the 80s, that song was hot. I love that song by U2. It was good stuff. Under a blood red sky. Hey, E-Rock, Mob, did you guys ever like U2 at all? I love their stuff. Not the newest stuff, but their older stuff was legendary. It really was. I like that. The other side, you affectionately called it the Clowns Channel. That's exactly what I call him. Mob refers to him as douche flute. Do you remember when he said years ago, none of your fans would defend you? Well, this is 2025 and none of these people are scared of him. None of them. That's what's really awesome. Back then, we had a lot of fickle people, didn't we? Absolute craziness back in the day. I'm glad that era is over. And it was time to do a change. Michael Nelson. No more Pacific anything. We're done with that. I still have a friend. He still contacts me, and he to this day calls me Pacific. He's never called me Michael, and I like it. I like that he calls me Pacific. It just fits. But yeah, it's different now. All right, where does this go? That's right, David. Life does it. How are you? I was going to ask you, every time I see you, you're doing a live from your car. That's right, David. Thank you for that. The other side, I've got really bad. And I came back when I moved here. Trying to think. 2020, he came back and sent pizza to the house here again. Yeah. Andrew Drescher. We found some pictures of him and he's gained a tremendous amount of weight. And he doesn't look good at all. Still being a basement dweller. Sheesh. A basement dweller. That's good. I see your channel and your podcast is taking off. Hello, Davis Maximus. Easy, look through records. I'm not going to tell you that here. But yeah, he just looked through stuff. You remember he doxed me on Encyclopedia Dramatica and all that stuff. Yeah, and David, this gentleman, the other side, was from my former channel from way back in the day. And he's well familiar with the crap that went on with that Andrew cat. He came on here today and Maximus Queen and his 10,000 IDs. Obviously, on a holiday, he has no family or anybody to go to, so he has time to troll me. Noteworthy. I'm here, but I'm strong. Clown Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this. Thank you, Clara. I think I'm cool. Yes, he was an addict. Let me show you this. I don't know if you saw this, but just 2 months ago, there we go. This is what I look like. Longest I'd ever grown my hair, man. Mullet on turbo. And I cut it because the humidity is just too much down here. And it was getting frizzed and tangled even though I washed and conditioned it. Well, do you remember the other side? He had a homosexual tendency and he's mad because I'm not interested in him. So he's a stalker. You know, like a guy who a woman tells, not my type, kind of one of those. And he hates God. He made that very clear. You remember he did that 2-hour phone call to me in Colorado? And he disguised his voice because he's a chicken. And Michael, I don't like it that you talk about God, Michael. Twisted individual. Doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend, I don't have a wife. But he has nothing. And he's been a thorn. And if you remember, he tried to bully me years ago and repeatedly, you got to take off the channel or I will continue this. Well, he's been doing this for a while and he still hasn't gotten a clue that the channel's not going away by him. It does, Mob. It does. And I hate it. I don't like that I don't have it. And to heck with all the women saying you look better without it. Well, you guys aren't dating me now, so I'm going to grow it down to my butt. But by the time that happens, it's going to be white. I mean, it's already starting, folks. Welcome to the wonderful world of aging. Michael Nelson has done a very dang good job of defying it. Hey, Bluegrass, how's 80-degree Florida? You finally got down there. So, Clara, what do you do for frizz? The humidity in Georgia is awful. Awful. I thought it'd be good for the hair. It is not. My hair actually did better in Colorado, though my sinuses didn't. It's too dry in Colorado. I won't ever go back to that again. But, yeah, that's interesting. Where is the beef? No. No. David, so did you see any family today at all? Mob, you're right. It seems like a while ago on the hair. It's such a radically different look. Garnier, I bought that Garnier Fructis, and I tried that. It didn't do anything different. Now, I didn't try the hair serum. Yeah, Davis, Bluegrass is down there visiting relatives. She lives in the wonderful, beautiful Tennessee. Tennessee. Good to see you, Bluegrass. I hope you're having a good time being away from some of the stuff, shall we say, on the home front. Kentucky, my bad. My bad, Kentucky. I'm getting you confused with... Who's the one from Tennessee? Did you really? Where are you at now, Clara? Mob, I will always be indebted to you for coming up with the term douche flute. That is a Mob original. That needs to go into the museum of the greatest slang terms ever. They did a remake of that song. Really remade it. Killing me softly with his words. Davis, you think I would have known that? Oh, Sierra. He's close but no scar. Bluegrass, you giving me a hard time? Dang you, woman, don't be doing that to me. Go easy on me, man. Killing me softly with his words. La da 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 da. You too, Davis. You have to keep me straight. Well, okay then. Somebody gets the appointed position, it's you. I'll take a licking and keep on ticking for Bluegrass. Where does his piece go? Sierra, you think I know that, but see, I lived in the Sierra Nevadas in California, and I had a girl on my bus whose name was spelled Sierra, and I forgot, I've seen it your way too, but it's been so long since I've seen it that I failed to connect the dots. No, that does not go there. Ah, but it does go there. This one is 1,500 piece, but it's hard because look, if I can get the green screen off. You see why? Look, that, you think it's easy. It took me several hours to do that yellow and black border of the phonograph. Record player, whatever. This thing is challenging. I'm good at puzzles, but this one with all of the colors and the different things going on is like ADD on steroids. All right, this is a weird piece. We're going to cheat. Where is it? How about there? That's it. And I didn't even get that from looking at the box. I was looking at the box and just spied it. There it is. It is hard, bluegrass. It is. It's, I'm getting there. I mean, I've got it 75%. This is fun, though. I like to just do the simple stuff. Well, the other side, I'm glad you decided to come back if you're still here. I have often wondered what happened to, life changes, people move on. I wonder how many people didn't make it because of COVID. There's another reality. What's that? I just found it. It is bluegrass. It is, Davis. It's fun because it's so challenging. Oh, I've gotten frustrated, believe me. That's got some red smidged into it. With his song. Who sang that? Roberta Flack. Roberta Flack was the artist of that song. Making my whole world. He's so vain, thinking that this song is about him. He's so vain, thinking that this song is about him. Who sang that? Was that Cher or not Cher? No, it wasn't Cher. Who was that? Carly Simon. I need a nap. No, I need a woman to cuddle with. Not just any woman. I need a love that's strong. I'm so tired of being alone. But will my foolish heart play the part of the fool again? Stop before I keep falling. Wow, where does this go? Wow, okay, we're getting into some hard zones now. I'm yawning. Yep, Carly Simon. Hey, bluegrass is for you. It's too late to take a nap. I'll just go to bed early until I catch my second wind. The minute you lay down and you go, I can't sleep. Wee, this is fun. Where does this piece go? What's that? No dog for me. Mm-mm. No one dog night, no three dog night, no dog night. I like animals, just not in the house. And I don't want to deal with all that. More than a woman. More than a woman for me. Saturday Night Fever, man, one of the best all-time albums ever. Yes, I had lunch. Christ follower, what state are you in again? What is this? Look. You put the lime in the coconut. I'm so tired of being alone. Whoa, I just found that piece. Cool. Now, what is all this? A face is showing up. I see an eyeball. Who is this face? Nancy Sinatra. Nope. Do we got her in there? Wait a minute. This is her right here. All right, Nancy, we're putting you back together because you just come apart. What's going on with your life, girl? What is going on with your life? Falling apart. Six nights in a row, she's calling for me, I know. And on wildfire, I'm gonna go. She ran calling wildfire. Anybody remember that song? That was good. That was good music. Now we got the kids riding around on their motorcycles. They go around and around and around. Until a cop comes by and tells them to quit it. Every so often they do that. I spoke too soon and said it was quiet. Now they're riding around on their dirt bikes or whatever they are. That was a good one, Bluegrass. Pull up your socks, you're the boy in the box. Won't you come out and play? Ooh, 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 where's that piece? Right here, dude. Right there, that one. Living in a windmill in old Amsterdam. That's too hard to get that pitch, Michael. You can't get that pitch. It's too high pitched for your whistler. Falling in love. Ooh, all the way up there. Southwest, buddy. What is this? Well, folks, I don't want to bore you. Sierra, thanks for coming in. And I hope you'll come back. And if you like and subscribe, that'd be appreciated. And thank you. You have a good, awesome day. So, which relatives are you with down there? Train reservations, where are you going? And Christ follower, I'm sorry, I did not see where you were from. Enola, Oklahoma. Oh, Tulsa, there you go. Okay. Both parents. Have you been able to chat with them about some of the stuff at all? I hope you're able to talk to them about some of the stuff that you're experiencing. Falling in love with you. That one. Nope, it does not go there. Where does this go? That's good. Hello, Chuck. $54, okay. And I'm sorry to hear that about your family. So I take it you're alone today, too. I am 59, honey bunch. I'm getting old. I've had kids come to my channel. You're too old to be on YouTube. Really? Actually, this wasn't started for little children. Hate to break it to you, that was what TikTok was for. For all you little teeny boppers that want to show off your whatever all day long. That's it. Stay on TikTok, please. It's good for you. Yep, he just went around again. That's good, Bluegrass. That's right, username. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Christ follower. You know what? I like seeing that you guys miss your parents, some of you. My dad died this last year and I felt numb. I had no feeling. I didn't have a close relationship with them, so daughter of Adonai, do you have a bread machine? Or do you make that the old-fashioned way? That sourdough bread you were talking about. And thank you, Christ follower. Yeah, nothing can be done about spilt milk, but life goes on. Just like the song, long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah, life goes on. Long after the thrill of living is gone. Little bit about Jack Diane. Two American kids doing best they can. Oh yeah, life goes on. I wasn't a John Cougar Mellencamp song, but there were some verses in there that stand out to me. Life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. But in Christ, we have joy because we have eternal life. And it may be tough down here, and not may. It will be tough down here, but we're going home. And that is a blessing. Can I have an amen? Suck it on, chili dog. Yes. Bluegrass, that's cool. That's cool that you got that kind of a family. A little day about Jack and Diane. Jackie gonna be a football star. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, what are we doing here? Finding more pieces. No, that don't go there. No, they don't go there. Circle of life is bittersweet. Meshach. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Baby Elephant Walk. I love that piece of music. Henry Mancini. That was good stuff. Da 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 da. Coca-Cola. Where does this go? Right there. Now it's getting easier to find where stuff goes. Hallelujah! Yep, they're going around again. Speedy motorcycle. Maybe somebody got a new motorcycle for Christmas. Maybe that's what it is. They're not supposed to ride them on the streets here. They get caught, they bust them. They do it anyway, though. La da 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 da. Oh, bluegrass, you're making me yawn. You need to stop that. It's contagious. I had a Yamaha 80. Well, they're kids and they go wheeling around here, blasting down the streets. And one day they were really being loud. I mean, they were flying round and round and round and round and round. And, you know, kids are kids. But it's like, okay, can you guys stop? This has been going on 8 hours today. I don't call it crap like that. Ooh, I just saw it right there. See? The brain connected. I see it. Wait a minute. It's finally learning. That piece looks like this piece. I like it because my brain is getting sharper as I do these things. So it's easy to do. Well, the next puzzle I got, look at this, ladies. The ladies will like this. This almost looks like a Pusheen cat village. Look, I picture Pusheen the cat living in there. And these are the perfect snap. This puzzle, you cannot pick up a section. They come apart. This is going to be fun. It's kind of a New Englandy village thing. It's got some sailboats and some Cape Cod style New England buildings. That'll be fun. Okay, I'm getting cold now. I'm going to pull up my shirt. I got to put on my pull-ups. There we go. Oh, that's better. Head first and run into a wall. Locked in. Locked in what? I don't have a padlock on me yet. Not yet. Coyote! I need to do a shout out to Coyote, everybody. If anybody wants to send him Baby Bell cheese, please get in contact with him. He's got a lust for Baby Bell cheese, folks. Baby Bell cheese. He's addicted to it. I always recommend addictions that are harmless. I know, but then I gotta buy frame, then I gotta buy the glue, and then it's like, I got my property tax, my truck insurance, and an additional $100 that the city screwed up on. They sent me the tax bill, and then they added another 100 because of some mill levy crap. I do not like taxes. They're the devil. And they go up every year. It's funny, I can't pay it now because it isn't due till January, so I have to wait for New Year's. Then I can pay it. Stupid. Dumb. I don't know why life has to be so expensive. But I learned something. Don't drop your homeowner's insurance like some of them did, and Helene hit and a tree went through it and nothing's covered. I tell you what. You find a way to pay your house insurance. That's your investment. You got to pay it. Don't leave home without it. Very intrigued. What? Orange what? Taxes were invented by Caesar. Were they really? Are you really? Are you Native American? I'm being funny. Marry me and I'll move to the reservation. I was told that. I was told by a guy, he married a Native American in Duluth. He said, I have rights to live on res land with her because she's Native. Is that true? And are you on Native land, Christ follower? I have actually never dated a Jewish woman or Native American. I've dated Mexican, Hispanic, Nicaraguan, nobody from South America, nobody directly from Europe, Southeast Asia, black. It's interesting. It's all very interesting. Got it. I live 2 minutes from a nasty reservation. I live 2 minutes from nasty. Man, I read your ID and I put it in a sentence. That's bad. I live 2 minutes from a reservation. Nasty. I live 2 minutes from nasty reservation. Nasty reservation. What goes on over there? My word. It's nasty. Sorry about that. Taxes suck. Because I'm going to say it, they go to political BS. What do I get as a result of my taxes? Not much. Just a headache. 25% of my year is paying taxes. Nice. Stupid. Stupid. And instead of giving stimulus to bonehead companies, the government could have given every taxpayer over the age of 18 $1 million, and that would have been a blessing. I would have probably taken the money and split. Said, bye. Go put it in an account where it could generate its own savings and go get a part-time fun job that you want to have. Cigarettes are cheap if you smoke. What, on the reservation? No, it wasn't. I did that. I took her name and built it in a sentence. It wasn't on purpose. That was weird. Got you. You know, in the Indian reservations, Minnesota, when they allowed them to have casinos, oh my gosh. I'm going to say it, the white boys are paying the Indians now because they are going into the casinos They are addicted to the casinos. I'm sorry, but that was smart thinking on the natives. That is a cash windfall for them. A cash windfall. Tell you what, this puzzle is a psychedelic trip. Look, right there, Dum Dum. Hello, Dum Dum. Remember Gazoo, the great Gazoo? Hello, Dum Dum. Earthlings are so dumb. I love that guy. He was funny. Fred Flintstone crying like a baby. Gazoo! What do you want, Dum Dum? Hello, Mix Marshall. Do you remember that, Bluegrass? Hello, Dum Dum. What do you want, Dum Dum? That was funny. He insulted humans. He called them dum-dums. That was awesome. And you again, dum-dum. What do you want? When he turned Wilma and Betty into chickens, he thinks he can turn them into chickens. That's classy. Class 8 Flintstones. Wilma and Betty were turned into chickens. That was classic. Classic. Wow, there's too much going on in here. Woo, baby. You are right, Mob. You are right. We should turn this into a photograph, a picture on the wall. Wow. Okay, that's got a girl's hair on it. So where does that go? Where the girl's hair is, Michael? Yeah, but there's a bunch of girls with hair on here. Which girl with the hair? Does the piece go? I don't know. Forget it. There's too many women in here. Selling plasma to gamble. Good grief. That's called an addict. Looney Tunes is awesome. Do y'all like my Joyce Meyer, Joel Osteen, Looney Tune Merry Melodies video I did the other day? That was fun. Wow, where did this piece go? Right there. Right there. Pink Panther was awesome. Always up to no good in that. Inspector Clouseau was a grouch. He'd be yelling. Crabby pants. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I like to point out the clowns that call themselves in the ministry. It's utterly disgusting. Pimping the Bible for money. I don't like that. I don't like that, Sam. I don't like it at all. You can't pimp Jesus in a roller coaster car. You can't pimp him from afar. You can call yourself a minister all day long, But I don't like that, Sam I am, because you are simply wrong. You can't preach Jesus and have a Learjet too, and a mansion, and a shopping mall, and a Starbucks in your garage. I don't like it at all, Sam I am. Not even a little bit. What is this? Who is telling me I need a dog or a cat? No, they don't. A woman. I don't want to feel a dog's boobs. Okay? Do you understand now? Does anybody capiche? Bluegrass, I want a woman, not a dog. You can't, I don't want to, you missed it. It was a bad joke. What I was saying is I want to make love to him and I don't want a dog. You got me now? I don't need a cat. They scratch things and when they piss, you can't get rid of the smell. No, no cats. I got a better idea. How about if I be one of you ladies, animal? You want a pet? Take me. Meow. Woof. How about that? Isn't that funny? Man, how did I do this so loose? Tighten up. Need insurance? Tighten up. Bracelet? Tighten up. There we go. What is this? This looks like part of a Band-Aid. Doesn't that look like part of a Curad Band-Aid? Yep, Band-Aid. I don't want a cat and a woman. I eat fish. That's putting the ingredients on. What is it about? Eric, you and Mob are cut out of the same cloth. You guys come up with one and only originals. That's putting the ingredients on a box. That's my boy. Put it out there. Hey, I came up with ASS cactus, so that counts for something. So that guy needs an ASS cactus. Sometimes you just got to come up with stuff that fits. Douche flute for Andrew is classic. What does that sound like when it's played, Bob? Yeah, something like that. Yep, he's my little douche flute. He always get on my nerves. Yeah, Ass cactus. Yeah, some people are an ass cactus. I'm just going to say it. Very difficult to deal with people like that. No matter what you do, you're going to get poked. So stupid. Oh, see? The mind is connecting the shape and the color to the thing. Put the lime in the coconut. Bluegrass, do I entertain you? Do I keep things entertaining, Bluegrass? What is this? It's that. Or is it? Nope. It don't go there. Wrong. That's good. You, buddy, are a trip. Hey, I won't argue that one. I plead no contest. I'll wave my little flag of surrender. But at least we have fun. Flood that engine, buddy. Drive it through the swamp a couple times. That'll sound real good. There, now it's quiet. Purple. Purple rain. Purple rain. Purple rain. I was never a big Prince fan. When Doves Cry was okay, but I thought Prince was a little odd. Of course, then again, so am I. But I don't think I was quite as weird as he was. I know. I know you do. Well, I miss you guys too because everybody seems to be on their best humor when they come in here. Like I said, it's never a dull moment. I had to go out there and say, guys, how many times do you need to go around the circle? If you guys go down the street down here, there's paths all over the place. You can go through Gator Crossing and Gator Swamp and Gator Flats and Gator Trail. And yeah, you're riding fast enough, you won't be able to get bit. Just don't land in the water. Then you got a problem. This looks like Gumby stepped in chocolate. Anybody remember Gumby? Gumby and Pokey. Who came up with that cartoon? Gumby. That was Play-Doh claymation or whatever somebody called it earlier. Frosty the Snowman. Claymation. You know, I never even thought about that. That was all claymation. So was Davy and Goliath. That was made by the Lutheran Church, and it was actually a good cartoon. Spuds MacKenzie. No, I'm in Georgia, one state above. You putting down my looks? Krebs or whatever your name is? Shoot. Don't be putting down my looks. You get back to me when you're 60 years old and tell me if you look this good. Buttercup. Gumby and Pokey. Yep. Thank you, Bluegrass. That made my day. No, I haven't, Christ follower. I heard of it. I didn't see it, but I heard of it. She's like McDonald's. She's loving it. Hey, what was that old commercial? Something, something, something on a sesame seed bun. Name the rest of the words of that. What bun commercial? What hamburger? What burger joint was that? Something, something, something on a sesame seed bun. Anybody remember that? I vaguely remember that, but I can't remember the rest of it. On a sesame seed bun. Burger King. Yeah, what's the rest of the verse? Have it your way right away. You deserve a break today at McDonald's. Remember when I was a kid, I went to the swap meet in Lawndale, California. They had the old Roadium, and they had double-decker buses that would shuttle you around. The Roadium was a drive-in theater by night and the swap meet by day. You give me $20 back in the 70s and the 80s, the swap meet was my Taj Mahal. Man, I could go long ways with $20. And I'd go do that. You could spend all day in the swap meet. They had the old styrofoam cartons. And remember, you bought a burger, it wasn't wrapped in the wax paper. It had the styrofoam cart yellow. And I'm like, and it said McDonald's. What is this? So I open it up, and it's fake poop on the bottom. I'm a kid. I'm like, wow, I don't want that. I call my sister, hey, you want a burger? Yeah, you want some McDonald's? Here. Oh, crap. I'm not making that up. Modern day Fabio, no. I lost my hair. Hey, where did Coyote go? He ducks in for a minute and escapes out the back door like a coyote. Oh, that's right. Yes, please pray for Bridge. She said the thing that makes her happy is tell her she's pretty and buy her a cheeseburger. Buy her a cheeseburger and tell her she's pretty. That's cute. I miss Bridge. I can't live without Bridge anymore. I can't live. She is something else. The Spitfire in her is just legendary. I'd like to see Bridge face to face against Andrew Drescher. You'd watch that guy fold like a house of cards. She would put him in his place once and for all. Oh, that's David Cassidy's face. Did you know he liked Lori? He had a crush on her and he hurt her badly. Did y'all know that from the Partridge Family? Susan Day, I think, was her real name. She was pretty. I thought she was cute when I was growing up. She was hurt deeply by David. Is it David Cassidy? Did I got that right? No, I don't got that right. They got a picture of a Partridge era family bus. And to think that little woman drove that stick shift. People don't realize it. Them old school buses, I've driven them. Not the Partridge Family, but do you know how hard those beasts were to shift? That woman had some gumption. And I looked, trying to find out if anybody knew what a Partridge Family bus is, and they cannot find it. They don't know where it is. But the fact that she sat in that was not an air seat. All the school buses got air seats. They're pushing and go. They got the lumbar support and everything. You can drive like you're on a waterbed, like the city bus seat. And them old hard seats, I had some of the buses had the fixed seat. You had to unscrew the T-handle, pull the lever, and play with that stupid seat on a rusty post. Pull it up, put the thing in, hope it's stuck, you sit down, bam! Oh, crap, the rod didn't go in. I hated those things. That's what Mrs. Partridge drove, was that kind of a bus. That girl had some muscle in her arms to shift that thing. That's kind of sexy. I like a strong woman. Not feminist strong, but I like a woman with little muscles. It's fun to wrestle those kind. Play wrestle. That's funny. What is a walking taco? Shoot, I remember growing up as a kid on Chex Mix. Anybody remember Chex Mix? Grandmas started that. And then they had a recipe for it. Did they not? Didn't the grandmas start doing the Chex Mix? And then Chex Mix came out with a recipe, or is it the other way around? Somebody help me on that. But it seemed to me that the grandmas came out with the Chex Mix first. And then they marketed that. Chex Mix marketed that, right? Traditional taco in a Doritos bag. Okay. I didn't know that. Up, there the motorcycle boys go. Ooh. I suppose if I had a rotor motorcycle, I'd probably ride around 10,000 times. But I wouldn't do it here. I'd find a dirt path somewhere and wide open, baby. I was driving the bus one day and this black guy on a motorcycle on the sidewalk, driving, and I'm going, what, 40 miles an hour? This guy's on the sidewalk, blasting. Doesn't look at traffic, nothing. Trying to race my bus. Cuts across an intersection. Not looking to see if a car's going to pull out or turn. Now look at this guy trying to race the bus on the sidewalk. Wait till the sheriff comes by and sees that trick. Oh, shit. Then I wasn't racing. I ain't going to play that dumb game and win a stupid prize. People are stupid out here, man. Stupid. A snowmobile tried to race me in Wisconsin once. I'm driving on, is it Highway 2 or Highway 53? I had to go to Washburn, Wisconsin with the girls' basketball one night. I'm going 55 on a winter's night. And I see the snow machine. And, these new sleds can go 100 and something miles an hour. Yes, Amanda, I love them. And I look, and on the right side, I see the light in my mirror. You see this single headlight going up and down. It was bumpy in the snow. That dang thing's gaining on me. And I'm just humming along. Guy catches up to me in the snow. And then what you'd see is you had an area, if they're on a trail, occasionally a trail would cross the highway. And the way you tell is you'd see snow. Because when it come off of there, all the snow kicks out of you go along at 55 at night, and all of a sudden, these guys are going 100 miles an hour. They're not looking. They come through the woods, boom, right in front of my bus. 3 in a row. If I was any closer, I'm taking out 3 Arctic cats. You know how much those things cost? Unbelievable. People are dangerous, just stupid. You don't honk. Yeah, what's it going to do? Crazy stuff, man. I heard a story. A bunch of guys went snowmobiling, and these machines go so fast. And they do things they're not supposed to do. They actually have speed limits on trails. They ignore them. One guy was hauling butt. And he decided to go off trail through a meadow. Well, there was a farmer's field, a barbed wire fence, and he didn't see the fence. True story. Going so fast, the upper barbed wire took the head with the helmet off, and his friends saw the whole thing from behind. Don't play with machines, folks. Use common frickin' sense. Yeah, I would not want to see that. If I was out there, I would never snowmobile again if I saw that. I'm not even into that. Snowmobiles are loud. When I go outdoors, I don't want to hear it on a winter's day. I've ridden snowmobiles. They were fun for a minute. But 100 miles an hour on a sled? And you know what bothers me? To go to Yellowstone. Yellowstone opened up the park in the winter for snowmobilers. They're chasing the elk and the grizzlies and the moose. Really, you guys are a special kind of stupid. And why did they allow the snowmobilers to come into the park? It should be for cross-country skiers and snowshoers. That's it. Keep all that noisy crap out of there. Leave the animals alone. I'm sorry. I'm not an environmentalist, but I kind of am. I grew up in beautiful places. Keep all the four-wheelers and keep all that stuff out of there. You got to have some places to go where it's quiet, where it's just you and the wide open outdoors. Peace of mind. Wow, Amanda, that's awesome. Do you have hold on, I lost my thought. Why am I drawing a blank? I just had a sunspot in my brain. Mob, what is the name of the chat client I have in my phone? What is the name of the chat client? Why am I drawing a blank on the thing I chat people with? That's stupid. Discord. Oh my gosh. Sunspot. There's a little black spot on my brain today. One of the neurotransmitters just expired. Yeah. You ever had those moments? Some people call them a blonde moment. I call it a sunspot. What is this? No, it doesn't go there. Let's go see who's riding a bike around and around and around. That's boring. I mean, when I ride, I want to go somewhere, not circles. Circles are good if you're a kid on a merry-go-round, but a motorcycle, man, let's go out there and go for a ride. My dad did not like motorcycles, but I had a bike. And I said, if I got to go fishing with you, I want to ride my motorcycle. Well, you got to bring your helmet. Yeah, I'll bring my helmet. We go out to the Owens River. And my dad told me don't ride up Chalk Mountain. The Owens River's out in the meadow. And they had a mountain, and we called it Chalk Mountain because they had white alkaline dirt all over it. And all the kids that had bikes would go up that mountain and tear up the side of it. Not tear it up, but tear up it. It had a white dirt road. And of course I disobeyed, and I went around the backside and took my Yamaha 80 and thought, well, let's go all the way up the backside of Chalk Mountain. It was a steep mountain. Went up the mountain. And the bike didn't have enough power to get up the steeps. I'm going, and I literally laid it down. And it was so slow, it was like slow motion. I went, poof, like being in the powdered sugar in the kitchen. All over me from head to toe. I look like a freaking ghost. I stood there and I thought, I am in so much trouble. I'm trying to wipe myself off. I walked my bike partway down, started up, went down. I got off the base of the hill and I wiped myself off. My bike was white like Pillsbury. All right, hey, you say hi to Nene and have fun. You lucky dog, you know I like Chinese food. You guys have fun and thanks for hanging out. I rode around for a while with the wind, hoping to blow it off. I saw my dad and he goes, Did you go up that mountain? I lied. I said, no. He says, why are you all white? I said, I hit a dust bowl in one of the potholes on the road, because they did have those. You know, and I lied. I said I had a depression and went, what a liar. What a dirty dog liar. But I had to go up the mountain. I didn't make it to the top. The bike was way underpowered. Stupid. Stupid. Bob, good to see you. Say hi to Nene. Make sure you try to catch fly with chopstick. What a beautiful day. It's actually cooling off. Tomorrow I got to get a campaign. I want to get the back of this house done. I want to get this done. I need to pressure wash that siding. I'm going to do the whole house in red except this side, because this is western exposure and I don't want it to melt the dang siding. I hate that plastic stuff. But there goes the bikes. Oh no, that's the car. I don't know where that is. Backfired. Better tune it up, buddy. No, I don't. Man, I don't have time for a garden. I just come here and mow it in the summer. I've been so busy raking leaves and stuff. I built this fence partition just wide enough to fit the M35A2. Look at that. The leaves on the oak tree are finally changing. This poor guy already lost him already. That thing got smacked by Helene. So much damage to it. I cut off. Look at you. Hey, you better get out of here, boo. Go on. Move it. I always chase the squirrel away. He thinks it's funny. He always does. He sit on my mailbox and look at me and I go, he goes, hey, Megan. Christ follower, do you live in Goshen, Georgia? No, you live in Oklahoma. Goshen is very close to me, by the way. Speaking of the land of Goshen is literally up the street or up the highway. We have a Goshen, Georgia. What is this? Kick YouTube live content creator. What is that? Broken Arrow. I've heard of Broken Arrow. It's funny. It's been quiet all day. Now you can tell family celebrations are over and everybody's out making racket, playing with their toys or whatever. Well, of course, you're not going to see too many toys in this neighborhood, but or it could be that everybody slept all day. That could be another factor out here. Ah, it's a four-wheeler making all that noise. Oh, he's turning around on that street and going round and round. Four-wheeler. I used to want one of those once. What was she putting in there, Earl Explorer? What was that? What was that? What did I miss? I turned my head and I didn't see whatever that thing put. Hey, I trust Bluegrass. I trust any of you guys. You guys got to kick somebody out. But what did they put? Were they just spamming the room with that crap or what? Oh, what's this? Yeah, is she trying to get us to go to her channel? Or him, he, it, whatever? All right, this needs to go. Just get it, I'll be back. It's really good to see all of you guys. That does warm my heart. Bluegrass, maybe you need to get on Discord so I can talk to you. I don't know if you're able to do that, but the jibber jabber. That's accurate. I like that. I haven't heard that term in a while. Jibber jabber. That's an oldie from the past. That was good. I'll be back. I have to go potty. I've been talking all this time. My bladder's about to explode. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea. No, Santa doesn't come to my house. He's not allowed. I could use a bag of coal, though, and a coal stove. You got a new ride. What did you get? How am I naughty? I didn't do anything. I did not do anything, Bluegrass. I have the right to an attorney. I've seen those. Anybody want a donut? They're really good. A little bit crunchy, but that's a nice magnet I found. Naughty. Why am I naughty? What did I do? The lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea. Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for your touch alone, every child. You know what my favorite hors d'oeuvre is, everybody? I'm going to show you. These are my favorite. I am addicted to these. Don't like the green ones, but the black ones. We used to go over to the relatives for the holidays. Grandma would have the hors d'oeuvre dish out, or the little side, you know, the cold cauliflower, broccoli, carrot sticks, pimentos, and the black olives. I would clean out the black olives. Hello, Young. How are you? Mr. E-Rock, you're funny. Take one for us. Love everyone. Black olives are the best. And Aldi cheese, man. Aldi cheese is the best. Tina got me turned on to this. I say it again, I know I wear it out, but I just will never find a roommate like that again. She was awesome in here. 15 months, a school teacher. Had not one problem with that woman here. Thank you, Young. We've been having fun. I've been on a roll. Blows me away. Cheryl's got 2 feet of snow in Maine. And to think that that's what I used to live in was nothing but snowy environment. Minnesota. I never did like Colorado, you guys. I don't like it out there. I like the mountains and the beauty, but Colorado was not my choice. That was my ex-wife's choice. Minnesota was my choice. I love the beauty of Lake Superior. I liked the winters. I loved the lake more than anything. I liked looking out of my apartment every day and seeing that. From the gales of November to the day when it was calm and like a big giant mirror, to the winter time when the bay would freeze and you could walk out onto it. And days when I was driving my bus and I'd go along the North Shore and pick up kids and I'm like, wow, the lake is angry today. And every November, like clockwork, that haunting guitar strains. Always came sifting through me. Drifting. It was good music. That lake is to be revered. Young, I got a problem. I'm very sensitive. And that has always worked against me, but when I became a Christian, it's an asset. I don't like Colorado people. I don't like the vibe. I didn't like the sky there. Something about the sky. We had moved to Aurora, and it was the Great Plains, and I'm like, this sucks. No Great Lake, no mountain, no trees. I could not live on the prairie. I gotta be under the trees, or the ocean, or the mountains. Not just being out there in the wide open, not my dig. I didn't like Denver. I didn't like the feel. I'm old school. Colorado's too much suburbia and ugly sun-bleached fences and cookie-cutter houses and rude drivers. Everybody had to have an SUV. Every single person had a barking, yapping dog 24/7. I said, what a stupid place to live. You can't sleep. You can't drive on the roads without these morons, and it's just stupid. I just didn't like it. Now, Golden was nice, but it became encompassed by Lakewood. It's not the quaint little town it was. It still has it, but it's been engulfed. And the traffic in and out of Golden and the highway right at the back side of it, it's ridiculous. It's just, all those places are just too much. You go up to the mountains in the summer, it's a traffic jam. You go to those small little mountain towns, they're a zoo. And I hate all that. I like to go to a place where it's quiet and not all stuffed with people. Hi, sweet cakes. How are you? I've actually seen that channel. Isn't it a black guy? He does have some good points. I've listened to some of his stuff in the past. Yes, I know who you're talking about. He talked about the same thing I was talking about with this pet OCD. And I'm not talking about people who have pets and they like their pets, but OCD. I don't want pets. I grew up with so many animals that I got it out of my system. I want human companionship, not four-legged. Pets are ridiculous. A vet bill. Shoot, you take a dog to the vet, you're like paying for your kid that just fell off his bike and needs stitches, thousands of dollars. That's it, Christ. Absolutely. A dog's tongue is a petri dish. She said that. And I used to, when I was a kid, I came home from high school. We had an outdoor built-in barbecue, and I'd sit up on top of that and let the doggone dog lick my face. It's a wonder I didn't die from a myriad of stuff. You were talking about when the lady was talking about weaves and how white ladies have nasty hair. Yes. The black lady, she was saying some awful things about white women. And I'm just like, you are a racist. I wrote that. You are a racist. And no offense, lady, I think blacks are cute, but you can't run your fingers through their hair. It's covered in grease. And then you got wigs on, and if we do that, we're going to knock the wig off. Yeah, she's full of hatred. YouTube should shut that down. That's my opinion. She's acting like she's better than whites. I'm like, you know what? The races need to stop the competing crap. They really do. Black women that shave and clean and take care of themselves and grow their hair naturally are beautiful ladies. But all these weaves, I'm going to say it here, I'm going to say it right here. The black women with the weaves and all the wigs tend to have that batitude. And who wants to be bedded down with that? Not me. And they can criticize white women. Well, I've never ran my fingers through a black woman's hair in my life. I dated a couple black women in my life. But whether it's Asian or Hispanic or white, I can at least run my fingers through their hair. So there's pros and cons. There's pros and cons. And I don't hate blacks for wearing the wigs. I've just noticed I prefer a black woman who goes natural with her hair. They look softer. They look more approachable. They look natural. They got beautiful skin. And there's, that woman is nasty. I don't like her. Is it Sweet Cakes? Can I ask, are you black? And don't think for a minute that I'm anti-black. I'm not. There's a woman on YouTube who's saying nasty things about white girls, and I don't like that. They're complaining about racism over here, and then she's saying stuff like that. Well, wait a minute. Aren't you being racist? So your hair is all natural. That's awesome. You know, I dated a black woman, my last date, almost 8 years ago. It was 2018. And black woman, and she wore a lot of wigs. She never did the weaves. I was at her apartment one day, and she said, all right, I'm going to show you something, Michael. I'm going to talk about smoke and mirrors, and this is what she said. The thing you have to know about us black women, Michael, is it's smoke and mirrors. I said, what's that? She goes, come here. She pulls off her wig, and she got all these plaits. I said, that's cute. She goes, well, I have to do that. She said, I can grow a full. She goes, I can untie every one of these. And I even named all her plaits. It was so funny. The one that was in the front like this, I named it Letitia. She started laughing. Letitia, how you know about Letitia? I said, just go with it. She named one of them Whitney, and we named all the plaits in her hair. It was so funny. And one morning she sent me a text. She goes, oh my gosh, I wake up and Letitia is like, look at what she's got going on. She's like standing straight up in the front of us. That was so funny. And I liked Pamela. I liked her. We stopped dating because she was very moody, very depressing, and very unhappy. And I did not like that. I was like, you're beautiful, but you're not really happy with me, and you want to date me, and you want me to stay, but you're not happy. And but her hair was cute, but she would wear wigs, and we went to a church. And one day a guy came up and said, "Wow, your hair looks really nice." She goes, "Thank you." And she goes, "Mike, he doesn't realize it's a wig." I said, "When we go to church next week, I want you to take that long-haired wig in your closet and put it on." She did. The next week, that hair made her face and everything looked so different. I think everybody in there thought I was with a different black woman. We had so much fun with that. Oh my gosh, it was just fun. Why are you cutting your hair? You know, see, and I didn't even know you were black, the other side, and now I'm trying to think back. Didn't you, what did I have? What did I have? I had a messenger or something. Wasn't it you that used to communicate to me once in a blue moon? And I don't, and you know me then because of before, I don't hate the black race. But just like I talked about in my former channel about white women and how entitled they become, now living in Georgia, I've seen a lot of crap. Oh my gosh. When I lived in Hong Kong, I talked about the rudeness of Chinese. I mean, every race has its, can I say it, trash that needs to be taken out. Every one of us. Yes, sweet cakes, and Pamela taught me that. They have to she put a lot of coconut oil and stuff, and I'm not against that. The coconut oil smells really good. But I liked it when she did her hair all natural. I said, "Man, why don't you just grow it out?" She goes, "I don't want to go through all that right now." So I accepted it. But I said, "I'm just telling you, God made you uniquely African. Just be it." I love, there's a tribe in Africa called the Henba. Now, I admit, I like them. They go around topless all the time. That would be really fun to live in a tribe where they're all topless women. That would be an awesome place to live. But they put a red clay in their hair. They have very interesting, they do not bathe. And yet, if you read about their culture, they believe in smelling good and looking pretty. Their hygiene is excellent. And I'd like to know how they live out in the African wild and keep themselves clean and smelling good. Oh, sweet cakes, that's right. I didn't know you were the one. Gosh, a memory blank. And the Hinba tribe, they welcome people to come visit them. I don't have a hang up about a race. I've seen pictures of some Hinba women, and I'm not going to lie. If I was with them and they crawled into my bed at night, I'd have a problem because somebody's going to lose his stuff. Beauty is amazing. I love exotic beauty. I like women that are clean, smell good in any culture. And hey, sweet cakes, what are they talking about? I saw a blurb on YouTube. They're talking very dangerous conditions headed for Southern California. Something about the tide. What's going on down there with the Pacific? Oh, shoot. Yeah, they're going to have mass erosion and mudslides. burned up all the vegetation and all the roots had dried up. Hey, Bluegrass, thanks for coming in. I love you. And enjoy your family. Okay. So they're talking heavy rains. Yeah, that's always, all my life. When I grew up, California, that is a constant cycle. Years of drought, then you get the fires, then the rains come after the fires, wash the hillsides away. This is just part of the deal, the cycle of what it is. You don't live anywhere near that, do you, Sweet Cakes? Okay, thank you, Bluegrass, and I'll look for messages. A tornado in California. I've heard of Culver City. Hold on a second. I gotta get my atlas. I gotta refamiliarize myself. Culver City, Culver City. Yes, I gotta remember that. Culver City. That's over there. Yeah, I remember. It's been a while. Los Angeles. Now, where was Culver City? It's been a long time. I remember going by the cutoff for it. Here's the map of Los Angeles. It's right over there. LA. Where's the LA map? There it is. Culver City. West Covina, Alhambra, Altadena, Beverly Hills. There it is. So I was down in Torrance. You're north of me. You're way up above Torrance, Lawndale, Gardena, Hawthorne, Inglewood. I remember Inglewood well. You're closer to Santa Monica. Yeah, where's Palisades again? Where was Palisades? Where was Palisades? Off La Cienega, Santa Monica. Santa Monica is Palisades? That's right. I remember it wasn't far from Hollywood. I gotta look at the map with my glasses off because I can't read this thing with my Balboa. To downtown LA. I cannot find it. Where is Palisades? What is the closest landmark? Palos Verdes. Now that's Palos Verdes. That's right. That's above Torrance. To the south of Torrance. Where the heck is downtown? There it is. It's in an inset map. When I came from Arizona, I always came in on the I-10 and come down into, gosh, I remember when I was a kid. I remember as a kid riding in the car, falling asleep to go to Gammy's house in San Gabriel. It was like an hour away. Crenshaw Boulevard, we lived just off of that. We lived off Crenshaw Boulevard, the Torrance Airport. We were very close to Lomita. You know what? I'm trying to remember back as a kid. No rain in the spring or summer. It was in the fall and winter. You know, it's weird because the ocean generates humidity and storms. And yet LA, and then you go down to Baja, Mexico, there is no precipitation down there. Just desert scrub. Yeah. Now they have humidity in LA. I remember staying a summer in San Gabriel, and I remember it was pretty hot. Cal Nixon, there's only two, male and female, and I'm a male. I remember that grandma would get frost. Oh, Texas. I'm in Georgia, honey, so we get all the nasty stuff. In Texas, too. The sweaty, sticky, hot from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, it's all the same. Wet. Yeah, I dress interestingly, but I'm a man and I'm not a woman. You set fire to a furry. I hope he didn't set fire to a real person. Sheesh. Don't be doing that. That'll get you in trouble. That's right, Sweet Cakes. You know a lot, and I love that. You're the first person I've met that even knows about La Brea tar pits. Now, why did you do that? You can't set people on fire, Cal. I am going to tell you that straight up from this channel. Whether you agree with somebody or not, don't bodily harm people. Oh, your mom is Georgia. Okay, now, sweet, I struggle with the South. I'm different and unusual. There's some good people down here, but I'm a fish out of water pretty much everywhere I go. I've got my flea market buddies, couple black women there. One is like 65. She is a strong woman. She works in a garden at a community garden in Hephzibah, and she is fascinating. She doesn't believe. She believes in a lot of meditation, and she's got all these spiritual new agey books, and her daughter sell and make hand soap. She's a very nice lady, but I can sense the few times when I do talk to her that she's not into Jesus. But very nice. She always gives me a hug. Always. So you got some Creole in you. A lot of intermix with the natives with the African culture down here. A lot of mix. One book. That's right, the Bible. Well, you know what? Because everybody in other races thought everybody else was cute too. I had a lady, Sweet Cakes, when I was working transportation, black woman. She came up and said, Mike, be my boyfriend. I said, why? Because I want to have a baby with you. I said, I'm not having a baby with you. I'm 50s. I'm not bringing a kid into the world. But Mike, I would love to see a baby with your red hair and my skin. I said, we're not just going to make babies. Then you got to get me for child support, and I'm not doing that. No, Mike, you don't have to give me child support. I said, yeah. I said, honey, I'm not stupid, and we're not having sexy. Because you're young, and you're fertile, and I'm viral, and no. Do they really? Yeah, she wanted to have a baby with me. And I said, no. She was good looking. I mean, she came over and sat on the futon in my house and talked to me. She was dressed to kill. And then she lost her job because she failed the drug test. I'm like, what did you do? You can't do marijuana. It stays in your system 30 days. And you're driving commercial. Come on. India, that's interesting. There's a black woman here that would go to the soul bar with her boyfriend, and she looks very India, her features, but she is 100% African American. Well, folks, I'm going to cut out of here. It was good to talk to you all. And good to see everybody. Sweet Cakes, good to see you. And Christ follower and the other side. Thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but thank you for letting me ask. Glad you came back. God bless you too, man. And you guys have a good evening. Yeah, and you guys have a good one. 77 Titanic 77 is my Discord. If you're interested in leaving a message and saying hey sometimes, let me know. It was, Cody, it's better. And yours too, everybody. Sweet Cakes, everybody. May we all have a better new year. I wouldn't mind if I heard a trumpet sound. You? Anybody ready for that? I am. I think that'd be just fine by me. Thank you, SR. I didn't even see you sneak in here, SR. And Cody, thanks for coming. And thank you to those of you that allow me to talk about all issues without people getting all angry about it. You know, we need to all be able to talk. We got to. That helps. Communication is the key. It really is. You too, the other side. Communication is the key. I love you too. All right, you guys. Eat well, be well, stay well, and sleep well.